All right, there we go. Taking any trades this morning, Kick Sniffer? Had a good short. Nice, dude. That's what it's looking like to me. Just don't know if it's worth re-entering. He entered at 26,265. You top ticked it. That was nice, man. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth re-entering right here or not. We're right at the point of control, looking like we might have some potential support, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna watch for just a minute. News event hit NQ hard, just waiting for pullback, retest. PYO26. Ah, I see. What time frame? That's the hourly. I just wanted to get a bigger picture of what's going on. Looks pretty similar to what's going on. What's been going on over here is that, like, as soon as we sweep a level, we start moving down. So I wouldn't be surprised if we kept going down like this today. Although what I'm seeing here on cumulative volume delta, whenever I see this, it definitely makes me weary that we're going to continue moving higher, because essentially every time it goes past this zero line, check this out right here. Every time it goes past that zero line, it gets rejected, So I think I just need a little more information before I'm willing to take a trade on it. We did move past the VWAP again. I might try another short. I'm not sure. I'm going to switch it on the lower time frame. What I do know is it's Monday, and yeah, I just hate taking it this low. I might wait for a break of this value area low and a retest. Obviously this move looks, like you could have taken a re-entry here on the point of control and the VWAP getting stuck down here, and that probably would have been the best entry. But down here, now we have another level we have to get through, which is this value area low, and I'm just not sure if I want to take it short down here when we have this like bouncing off the zero line on cumulative volume delta. Still looks weak though. I mean, this looks confirmation of it being weak. Big buyers stepped in, couldn't push price up, and then immediately following we have a sell-off. So I don't know. This could be a situation where we continue grinding down, in which case, it's going to be tougher to get an entry because we continue to pull back frequently. And pulling back frequently, instead of it actually being a sign of strength, it's just pullbacks because we're grinding down. So those are kind of my thoughts so far, at least. Like here, you notice that we got, we have selling here, and no follow through on price. And if you match that up with what's happening on cumulative volume delta, it's like once we hit the zero line, aggressive buyers step in. Well, I should say probably aggressive buyers and passive buyers, because we're getting absorption and then price bouncing from there. So a little bit concerning for having follow through here. So if we are going to continue to go short, and I'm going to try and take a position on it, I'd want to see the delta moving below zero and holding below zero. Unfortunately, it's just where this is happening is kind of at the bottom of this move. So if I was if I had gotten your entry up here, this would definitely be a target for me. This 26,068, that would definitely be a target for me. So unfortunately, that's kind of where we are right now. And taking a short entry into that target, I don't think is the move. I think if we're gonna break this area and then we come do a retest, that might be my entry. But I want to see a break at this level. I want to see this delta holding negative, and then a retest. So it looks like we might be at that area where we're holding under 0. But let's see. Wait, you passed your evaluation? If you passed your so did you pass your evaluation, and then are you trading on a funded right now? But if you passed your evaluation, then don't touch it. Sorry, I just need you to clarify what you mean there. Passed it last Friday. Okay. Okay, so you are now in a funded account. Okay, so you're just feeling a little hesitant to take trades because you're in a funded account. I got it. Yeah, as you should be. There are a couple of different schools of thought whenever you have an evaluation. Move my stop every candle. Yeah, copy that, dude. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're used to doing that and that's what your strategy sort of demands, that you're super tight with your risk, and you've tested it and that's what works for you, then keep doing that, you know? But if you're extra fearful and it does not serve you, then yeah, I would say make adjustments. But probably the easiest way to make an adjustment on that is to make sure you're sizing down, so that if you let it run and come back to your stop, it's really not that big a deal, because maybe you were like $50 in profit or something like that. I mean, I'm not going to... Essentially, anytime you have profit, and this is my philosophy, anytime you have some profit, you should have an opportunity, or you should try and take an opportunity to put it in your pocket instead of just run completely back on you. So if that means you're trading with 2 micros, then maybe you need to take profit with one and let the other one run. But if I was in your situation and I felt sort of fearful moving from, eval to funded, that's kind of how I would handle it. If I'm entering with 2 micros, I would want to make sure that I take 1 micro off at my first take profit. You don't want to fundamentally change the way you trade because you're in a funded account. But yeah, I mean, if you're certainly going to have challenges, and sometimes you have to meet those challenges with adjustments to your trading style. And I would say one of them for sure is if you're feeling hesitant to like let it run back on you, just take instead of like running your stop like to where it's gonna for sure get stopped out, take some profit off the table and then leave your stop. It depends on what you're, it depends. So it depends on like what you're comfortable with, what your trading style is. I mean, three micros is, not huge size by any means. But if you're having, I guess my suggestion was, if you're having issues with your current size or with letting your winners run, then yeah, I would probably size down so that you get your legs back, so that you're not fearful in your funded account. But at the same time, you also have a couple things to weigh. And I mean, I would say you want to keep trading as much, as similarly as you have been, that's been driving your success. But at the same time, if you're starting to feel that funded hesitance, then yeah, I think sizing down to 2 until you find your legs would probably be helpful in your situation. So now we're holding below 0. It's got me a little bit, I mean, I'd like to see it break through this value area low before going short on it and then taking the pullback after the break. But everything is looking short so far. You know, we got this sweep, then nice move down. We break through VWAP, we break through the point of control, then we retrace back to the point of control and have a nice rejection with volume confirmation. Now we're moving down to the next level. We're stair-stepping down without any sort of arguments in price action. So everything's looking short to me. I would like to get in short. Also, you know, when you have, here's the thing is that like when you're reading price action like this, how long are you going to trade today? I don't know. It kind of depends on how the day goes, probably. I don't like going super heavy on Monday, but which just means I'm going to trade with smaller size, and which I've kind of been doing anyway lately. But on Mondays especially, I don't like putting myself on tilt on Mondays. Mondays or Fridays, I like to try and protect capital. I mean, this is an incredible move we've had here. You know, this is 200 points from here to here. Well, a little more. But incredible move. So if we have a lot more room to go, that's fantastic. And what I'm trying to do is try and get a sense of the cadence for this. And right now, it's like, are we dumping? No, we're not dumping. Do we have the opportunity for a potential trend day down? I think yes. That's what it looks like. We're kind of slowly moving down. I mean, at a decent pace, not like super slow, but what that means is I'm not just going to jump in, because if we're dumping, I'll jump in. If we're doing this, I try to strategically plan my entry, where if I was paying more attention, unfortunately, I was kind of setting up, doing some account stuff this morning, but if I was paying attention right here, this probably would have been my entry. But missed it, so I'm not going to have FOMO. I'm going to wait patiently for the next one. And if we're making the assumption that we're moving down at this kind of pace, this kind of cadence, then we should anticipate a nice pullback. And if things change, then we adjust. But right now, what I'm kind of anticipating is a move down, move back up, hopefully catch a trend trade at this move back up. Now the other consideration is because we've had this kind of steady movement down without an extreme push out of this trend line. We could anticipate if we have an extreme push out of this trend line, we might have an extreme bounce back to this potentially point of control and VWAP. So that's what I want to make sure that if that does happen, I don't get caught off guard. Because sometimes when that happens, sometimes when I'm anticipating just a light pullback, I can get stubborn about it, trying to enter here, and it's either coming back up here or it's reversing completely. And I don't want to be caught in a situation where that takes me off guard. And so I'm like kind of emotionally adding to the position or emotionally holding on to the position when I could just stop out, reevaluate the next area. All right, so we're getting this nice push through. We're holding below the zero line on cumulative volume delta nicely. We're at negative 3,500 here, which is the first time it's done it, right? Today, at least. Prior to that, we bounce off it. So this breakdown is looking decent. Now let's wait for a pullback. See if we get a pullback up to 26.065. Potentially deeper. 26.90 would also be good. Now the hesitance here, makes me think there could be a scalp move to come back up if I wanted to trade the pullback. You know, if I took it long, because it's kind of hesitating here a little bit. But I'm not going to take that. Everything is kind of, you know, pointing down. So I'm gonna see if I can wait and just be patient for an entry to hop on board short. This would have been a nice move here. I mean, if you caught it at VWAP, you know, this is 100 points right here, so it's a much easier move to hold. After we break through this bottom area, now it can do whatever it wants to do. It can pull back and you're not at risk. So, unfortunately, the trade we're going to take is, you know, got a little more risk attached to it. I'm gonna see how this next 5-minute candle, how this 5-minute candle closes and how the next one opens. Looks like we could have a potential bounce area right here. Now the big question for me is gonna be, what is it, you know, how does it start looking, you know, after we bounce from here, if this is indeed like an area where we are absorbing. Because that bounce move could warrant an entry. Yo, good morning, Adam. How you doing, brother? No trades for me yet, unfortunately. We got Kick Sniffer took an entry short up here, which is great. I was messing with accounts and shit. Otherwise, I would have taken this entry off of VWAP and point of control. But I was distracted. Didn't take that. Copy that. That sucks. Oh, well, at least you got to win. I'll be grateful for a nice green Monday if I can get it. Unfortunately, I hate missing this the first couple of nice moves, because after that, you know, a lot of times you get caught up in consolidation and you're waiting for hours. But let's see. What I'm hoping is we're now getting the pullback retest of the value area low. But if it starts looking like this is like a hard stop for the short move, it's not looking like it. It's still looking weak. But if we bounce from here, I want to watch and see what the next 5-minute candle does. And keep it in the back of my mind that we could not only just retest this, but retest the point of control. This is, you know, looking hella strong to the short side. Did you have a good weekend? I did, man. I you know, went out and partied and took 2 days to recover from it. You know, that's how it always goes. It's so annoying. And it might be the last time I go out until like New Year's. It's just so yeah, I mean, it's just annoying, man. Of course I'd go out and have fun, but it's like, fuck, You know, we didn't stop until like 8 a.m. the next morning, and it's like now I gotta recover eating shitty fast food for 2 days and taking naps and shit. I don't like not being productive. Yeah, not worth it. And it's like some of these things are net, like if it weren't for it being our friend's birthday, I wouldn't have gone out. It's like I feel like my obligations begin when it's like, oh, it's somebody's birthday and they're gonna have their feelings hurt if we don't go. And you know, I'm almost at the point where I'm like, hey, you know, I don't require you fucks to come out for my birthday, so I'm not coming to your birthday. You know, I'll send you a present and we can go out some other time, especially if it's Halloween. You know, like it's a nightmare, dude. Trying to go out on Halloween. Honestly, up until this moment too, this has been a really good opportunity for some phenomenal scalps because we're not getting a lot of surprises. Yeah, if they can't take a joke. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, like I'm serious, so it's like kind of not a joke. It's kind of like, and you know, I got a buddy that has a birthday coming up in November, and you know, he wants to rent an Airbnb ski house in the mountains, and it's going to require everybody to throw down like, I don't know, $1,000 each or something like that, because it's going to be like a really nice place with a hot tub and whatever. Like it probably sleeps like 15 people. Basically, it's like a fucking mountain mansion. And then like for 3 days, and I'm like, dude, you want me to go out there and party for 3 fucking days? Come on. I don't know what, like, that's what life is supposed to be about, like being able to, you know, vacation and have fun. But it's kind of like I want to do that on my own terms. I don't like being forced to do that to celebrate somebody's birthday. All right, so we're getting our kind of first significant pullback since we were retesting the VWAP right here. Now the question is, are we retesting? Or is this going to start moving up? Did this absorb and now we're going to have aggressive buyers come in? Aggressive buyers just stepped in right here. So if we start pushing, I might be interested in a long. We're going to see, but we still got CVD down here at negative 2,000. I don't know. I think what I have to do is continue with this trend until it fails, so I don't get caught trying to long a short. So I'm gonna go in really small with the intention of adding at different, you know, areas. I'll probably add here one, and then add another one here with a super wide stop. You're confused about scalping and trading. Copy that. I definitely, scalping is definitely a part of my repertoire. All right, pulling back into this gap. We're above the value area low. CVD is still negative, but it just jumped like 3,000. So a little bit hesitant right here to just take stab short. I think I need. You're assuming you scalp. Yeah, scalping is when you intentionally get in a trade to hit a short-term target. And I would probably consider anything less than like 15 minutes a scalp. I mean, even 15 minutes in a lot of people's heads are considered scalps. But sometimes I'll take a scalp because, you know, I'm anticipating like a move that's going to be, you know, maybe I'm anticipating being in the trade for like a minute, you know. Right here, I'm watching pretty intently. I might add, I might get in short. I'm just seeing how this candle holds up. I'm gonna go ahead and try one there. It's looking like we have a little bit of weakness, and obviously, like if we keep pushing up, we got a lot of people in trouble on the short side. So I'm also going to be weary of that, right? So if we continue pushing, this could be, one of those moves where everybody that's short gets run back on. And I want to keep that in the back of my mind because that's happened a few times recently. And so, like, in that situation, it's not something I want to continue to be adding into if I continue to see strength. Like, this area right here will be a big area for this to break. If this breaks this area, I want to be watching with caution because, again, we've got a ton of people in trouble. And honestly, the way that volume is kind of moving back up towards this zero line, it's got me a little bit concerned that this could be a reversal that surprises everybody. Now we have big buyers stepping in, right? So I wanted to take this trade because I want to be on the side of this short-term trend until it fails, and it looks like it could be potentially failing. It could be potentially failing. We don't have confirmation of that yet, but I'm thinking about it. I'm not trying to stay committed to any one direction right now because this would be a potential turning point. I'm okay to risk a little bit though. Now here is the, what's going on in my head, right? Targets for shorts, obviously this one, 2610, that's 70 points. So that's the first target, the low. The low of yesterday, I would say this low right here as well. This looks pretty concerning to get through, but 25,965, I'll go ahead and mark these out here and here. These lows and these lows are probably my targets. But so what's on my mind right now is, okay, so if this starts reversing, what's going to be the sign of it reversing? How much am I willing to risk while it's potentially reversing, and where do I get out, and how do I position myself further if I'm going to take advantage of a reversal? That's what's going through my mind. If this is going to continue going short, I think the trade management is pretty easy on my part. I can, potentially add down here to get bigger in it. I can add up here to get bigger in it. But the challenge is right now is that we could be coming back into this range. We're back above this value area high, low. We could be coming back up to this point of control. So that's my biggest risk right now is if we are reversing, how do I not only manage my position that I'm in, I got one micro, so it's not that big of a deal, but do I refrain from adding? And where do I stop out? I mean, I think the best place to stop out is above these orders right here. That's a pretty wide stop. It's 80 points. But I was anticipating that we could be bouncing from here, or we could be bouncing from here. So let's consider this. If it continues to go higher, I'll stop out. Let's say if we start moving above 26,100, like 26,107 is looking pretty decent to me to just get out, reassess. So if we keep moving above 26,100, I'm looking at this to be a risk to potentially reverse. Looks like we got big buyers stepping in right now. Like right now, honestly, is like, I could probably close this and say I wasn't anticipating big buyers stepping in right here. So I'm going to go ahead and stop out. Small loss. Now the question is, are we reversing? We're above positive cumulative volume delta. We just had a rejection on that. So I think I got to watch right here. I took a stab at it, took a small loss, and now it looks like we might have sort of a surprise. And that surprise might be that we might be building up momentum to the long side. Now we have the point of control down here, right? Because we've had significant buying happening down here. So now let's see how we react. Looks like we're continuing to push longer. And now this could be, an opportunity to get in early before we start really showing those, bullish aggression. So I think I'm going to flip. I'm going to go long here. And take a stab. Now, here, you know, this could be one of those times when I'm wrong twice really quickly, and this could come back down short. And if that's the case, I want to stop out quickly because this move that I'm trying to catch is a big momentum move. It starts basically building up more and more bullish aggression as we get higher and higher and higher. So I don't want to see this pulling back, let's say beyond here. I'll move my stop up here, right there. So if we pull back beyond that, I'll be out. Otherwise, I'm going to give this a little bit of room to pull back. But really what I want to see is I want to see this pull back quickly and then start moving quickly. I don't want to see it messing around down here, or else it's looking like we're building up some bearish aggression. Like even here, like CVD flipped. Now we're going red. My initial position maybe was correct, but what I'm seeing obviously right now is that I'm getting a little faked out. So I gotta just make sure I'm maintaining a cool head. And one good trade will you know, wipe it out. I just want to make sure I'm not being too hasty and giving it a chance to play out, because this one right here, when those buyers stepped in, that's what kind of shook me out of this trade. So right now I want to see, does price get picked up here, or does it keep revisiting this low of this candle? So that's what I'm going to be looking for right now. Does it keep pushing down to the low of this candle, or is the low of this candle like a repellent for price? Now we're under this point of control. We're under this big order here. CVD has flipped negative. We're kind of on the wrong side again, is what it looks like. It looks like the initial position I had short, maybe I should have held it to above VWAP to give it the proper chance. I got shaken out by this and thinking that we just got a lot of people that are in trouble up here potentially if we start moving long. So probably a little preemptive on that. But right now, what I'm trying to figure out is if this continues to mess around down here and our CVD remains negative, the initial sort of negative bias we had remains intact. This looks like a pretty significant sign. So you know, if I were you guys, I would probably just be trading with caution right now, because I'm trying to take my first couple entries. I'm getting shaken out a little bit. So you can see this is continuing to revisit this low here. Not looking great. CVD is back at negative 2,500. Looks like we might be even stuck in a consolidation, potential consolidation range if we don't continue going lower. So unfortunately, like I was trying to go short here, where was it? Yeah, around here, trying to go long up here. I've got wrong entries. I need to be taking extreme entries, which would have been short up here, unfortunately. Looks like I'm getting stopped out. Unfortunately, bad start to a Monday morning, but I'm going to stick with it. Probably the only hope this trade has is if this candle pushes up and breaks this high. Kind of takes everybody surprised, but if we move about halfway down this red candle and kind of get stuck here, might be a good place to get out without, taking a full stop loss. And if we can push up and start making some progress on the long side, then at the very least we're looking at these highs. Unfortunately, this is so. If you look at everything that we've done here so far, this is the first time where we've had kind of indecision or some drama. Other than that, it's been, we sweep this, we start moving down immediately. We do a pullback here, a pullback here, and that's basically it. Now, when we pull back here, it looks like we're in for a little bit of drama. It could be consolidation, but this is kind of what I was talking about. Like, unfortunately, when you're taking trades around this time, this is around the time where you can start seeing some consolidation that could last for hours. So if I was in this move short from up here, and this is wanting to come back up, I could, you got a couple different ways of looking at it. This could be the pullback that shakes everybody else out of their position to continue moving short. Or if I was in that short position, I would be thinking this really shouldn't be pulling back and staying up here. So do we see it like move down quickly after pulling back? And it looks like it's kind of messing around a little bit. So it looks like I've kind of entered right where uncertainty has started. Unfortunately, so with my my position being up here and thinking that we could be doing this, it's a tough position to hold on to because for the majority of the time you're just in drawdown. So that being said, one thing that I'm thinking about right now is like I could have an opportunity to get out right now, reassess what happens within this consolidation, and wait for a position, to take a position until after we get out of this consolidation. But right now, what I'm waiting to see is, does this candle kind of have it in it to push higher? This or the next candle is what I'd want to see pushing higher outside of this range. And if it doesn't, then I would probably want to get out of this position because I hate holding positions for hours while it's consolidating. But again, this this pullback is not what I wanted to see. What I wanted to see, like, let me see if I can find a good example of a V-shaped reversal where it really doesn't look back much. This had a small pullback. This would be kind of be a good example where people just start getting squeezed to hell. Like momentum really doesn't stop. That was kind of what I was hoping this trade was going to be, and obviously it's not. But if we can start picking up some aggression up here and bust out of this range, I think we could have that kind of scenario because of everybody getting squeezed out of their short positions up here. So I'm going to give it just a little bit more time. We do see like we didn't stay positive on Delta for long. We come down, we got rejected, come down, got rejected, and then we're negative below Delta. And we didn't stay positive for long. I mean, I am liking what's going on with this candle thus far, but if we stop short, like if this remains the high of this candle, that's not what I want to see. to me, if we don't get a quick push out of this area, it just is kind of signaling that I got a lot of pain to hold through, a lot of just drawdown to hold through. So I'll give it, a few more minutes, but otherwise I'll probably close it. Okay. Kind of hoping this momentum that we were having on this candle was going to carry through. Hey, what's up, Aparicio? We can see this area, 26,100. It's a point of contention here. Getting to push up, and would like to see this essentially gain speed, not lose speed. So like after a breakout, level of like this 26,100, obviously we could see like a retest pullback, but what I want to see is I want to start seeing the momentum pick up, because not only do we have people trying to buy this breakout, but we got people panicking from up here that were in short positions that are now at risk for this coming back to break even. So as we get closer to like the break even of this first level here, probably around VWAP, I want to see it pick up momentum, not slow down. Which, if this trade is going to work out, right now would be kind of an example. So we got buyers here, we got buyers here, we got buyers here. So long momentum is in the current moment on our side. We just flipped CVD from negative to positive. Let's see, it just got rejected. So in this rejection, what does price do? That's what I want to see. So we have a lot of selling happening. We got a lot of selling happening. But do we have absorption? Meaning, do we have like buyers protecting this area right here? Or no, was this just a pullback so that we can continue going short? So we did start slowing down. We broke that 100 level. We started slowing down. We didn't speed up. We didn't start gaining momentum. So this might be a trade that I just stop out of, because it's not. First of all, it wasn't. It didn't. It's now kind of failed to do that twice on me. The first time I took it, I was thinking there are big buyers stepping in. I'm going to get in right where they're getting in. I want to see price defended. It wasn't defended. We dropped lower. Here, we break this level. We start moving up, and then CVD flips on us, starts going negative. So we got some evidence going against this trade. That's it. Sorry, Aparicio. I'm probably not the best fit for that. You might get, some better answers for some other streamers. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably trail this stop. If we come down here, I'll stop out because I want to again, it's like this trade is about having momentum and taking people by surprise so we could get an expansion up. But this right here is not looking like the trade is going to play out. So I'll reduce my risk, stop out earlier, and then just kind of reassess, because right now, again, we might be just caught in this kind of bullshit, unfortunately. You know, if anything right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and probably close this. Hi, Lisa. I'm not gonna be a good buyer for you, so you might as well check in with other people. If anything, right now, this is looking more short than anything, because we got both of these big buys failed, right? We got absorption up here. We got absorption up here. I'll give it another stab, trying to break out of this consolidation. Essentially, we had a CVD flip twice now on this zero line. We had absorption up top, absorption up here. So yeah, see if we can get a continuation short. I hate like looking like I'm just flip flopping, but hopefully you can see that I put thought into when I'm entering, and sometimes you got to take some risks. I'm also trading very small, so keep that in mind. Take profit. If we do break this, I think we're going lower, so probably first one here, first one here. So also want to see a breakout here, down here on this volume here. I want to see this break below these lows. One thing I would really not like to see is, like, if we're grinding up on a channel. This is the kind of shit I really hate to see, but can happen every once in a while, right? So like we come down and we got an explosive move down, and instead of having an explosive move that continues or an explosive move back up, we have a grindy price action that goes back up that is reversing this move, but that means it's just very controlled. Especially on the buy side, it's very controlled. So, one way this can play out is essentially like, where I got these lines, but every time it hits this top side and it starts looking like it's going to break out to the top side, it just gets absorbed up here. But as of right now, this looks like it could just be kind of a, bear flag where we did a pullback and then we're going to continue lower. But if it does indeed like keep doing this, that's a really, really tough follow up to a move like this to get on board with. Just something to keep in the back of your mind if we start seeing that kind of behavior. Makes it really tough. Also got to keep it in mind, we do have our initial balance established, which, let's see, where is it, 1030 here? That's right here. So we've already had the break of the, essentially when okay, here's our initial balance. This is our initial balance on the high. This is our initial balance low. Actually, sorry, this is our initial balance low. So, when we have a breakout to one side or the other, which we did, breakout of this low, there is about an 80% chance that we will not go and hit this high after we've hit this low. Also, within this first hour, all of this red. So when the first hour is red, there is, I think, probably close to 80%. It's probably like 76%. 76% chance that the day will end red, meaning that we will not end the day above this high. So the data leans more towards us breaking out towards the downside, especially after this initial balance low. But there have been, a couple of anomalies over the past few weeks. There's still that 20% chance that we might go do something like that. But, when you see this kind of consolidation happening after, a strong move down, the way I see it, the trades I want to take that are reversals, when I was trying to go long on this, I want to see that happen pretty quickly. And if it doesn't happen quickly, I definitely have fear that we're either going to grind up or now we're going to continue going short. In this scenario, after seeing absorption on top, cumulative volume delta flipping from negative to positive to negative, negative to positive to negative, I have more evidence and more conviction that this is going to continue going lower, especially with statistics and probability on our side. So sometimes, when you're trying to catch a move, you flip, and as long as you can flip and not get flustered, that's the big thing. Are you still cool and calm and collected when you're taking your trades, or are you emotionally flipping, back and forth, based on emotion? And if you're doing that, it's probably time to step away from the keyboard. But if you can do it while you're still able to analyze correctly and make logical decisions, then it's okay to flip, as long as you're not risking too much. And right now it's kind of like I've got two on. We'll see if it shakes out. I'm willing to risk some, but if I find myself flipping a ton and I start getting flustered, that can be an indicator that I need to take a break. But being down $150 on Monday, not ideal. Because it puts you in that I got to dig out of it kind of mindset. But you get one good trade, and as long as you keep your losses small, it's okay. You don't have this huge mountain to get over. You just got to take one good trade. And the way this is acting right now, I would say, the idea is to go short. We got evidence to go short. The entry could probably use some confirmation, because right now it's looking more like we got consolidation happening rather than just a straightforward continuation move. Unfortunately, but what we'll probably see is something big happen in this consolidation that will, kind of verify that we're in the right direction. And once again, I find myself on the bottom of the range on my entry, which I'm not a fan of. If I could get a better price, if there's an opportunity to get a better price, I will. I think if we do climb back up to this VWAP right here, that would kind of be an ideal area for me to add to potentially get a better price. Just got some fresh orange juice. That's what's up, dude. You got, is it like fresh squeezed or just like OJ from a bottle? That sounds actually phenomenal. I'm a little jelly. I want some of that. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I want. I love fresh squeezed juice, dude. That's where it's at. I feel you on that, man. Fresh squeeze is kind of the only way to go. Man. So my grandpa used to have, in Florida, on his property, he used to have orange and grapefruit trees. And I'll tell you what, man, the oranges, and this is not just like nostalgia talking, like the oranges and the fruit that came off those trees was better than anything I've ever had in a store, hands down. And it's like you'd get an orange that was like this big, that like weighed like 2 pounds, at least what it felt like, because they were so ripe and juicy. And that like when you get big farms producing for grocery stores, they pull them early when they're not ripe so that they have a longer shelf life. So like when you have oranges like just fresh off the tree, my God, it's so good. And we used to squeeze them, so we used to do fresh squeezed juice out of these. So I got spoiled from that, man. We used to do it like every summer, and it was phenomenal. So I came back trying to do it here as a grown up, right? Fresh squeezed juice, and it's like, what the fuck is this bullshit? I kind of hate what's going on here, right? We're just consolidating, and more for anything, I just hate it because it drains your mental capital. Trying to figure out, is this going to go in my direction? Being in drawdown, it's like I hate being in it because we're not having any initiation. We're just going back and forth. My position is going to be red for a while. Everything does look short, but it's, could you be sitting out right now and just waiting for the confirmation? You definitely could. And what would you be looking for? Like if we're just looking here, I'll pull up a good example. Like if you're looking at this consolidation, That's probably like one of the biggest challenges probably that people have when trading is what are you looking for when you're consolidation? How do you know when to get in? And what I would say is like one of the best things you could do is look at this consolidation, and just like you're looking at the whole day, like put a, and here I'm gonna do this real quick. Put this up here. This is a consolidation we're looking at right now. It's ugly. Let me go. I want to put a visible range. No, I want to put a fixed range volume profile on this. We'll start with this one. We'll go to here. All right. So if we're looking at this right now, we're just completely balanced. But if you're looking at this, let me see if I can change this here. My transparency settings aren't great. Let me see, style. I want this to be that. Down volume, I want this to be that. We want to see when we start to move and favor one side of this range. We want to see, like if we're looking at delta candles, we want to see absorption happening on one end where you have a high amount. So let's say we had a high amount of buying happening at this level, but price not moving above it. We want to start seeing walls being created, like a wall, like. So we got high volume up here. We want to see price staying below that high buy volume right here, and then stair stepping down. So you want to be looking for anomalies in this volume profile. It's easier if you're looking at it like on a cumulative volume, or like a delta candlestick. Right now, it looks like it could be popping out of here. You want to be looking for anomalies in volume at various price points that tell you that this is essentially an initiation phase starting. Same thing you're looking for, like when you're looking for confirmation for this to continue down, like this, right? Like this, but you're looking at it like within the price range. You want to see like, is price absorbed at these levels or is it accepted? And you want to see high amounts of volume. So right now we're going to retest these highs. Let's see if we absorb here and here. These kind of three prices are the prices I'm watching within this consolidation range. Are we absorbing buy orders up here, or is price being accepted? And if they're being absorbed and rejected off of it, that's giving me the confirmation that I want to say, okay, there's not additional evidence we need to consider that's going against this trade that we're thinking. We're still negative on Delta. The other thing that we're watching for is this VWAP level. If we do come up to this VWAP level, are we getting rejected up here? Like, unfortunately, like, you know, taking this as like a breakout trade to the downside, I would rather be up at the kind of extreme high end of this range, or potentially breaking this range would be an ideal scenario. So if you don't have an entry yet, that would probably be ideal entry is 26,118. So I might be considering adding up there, get a better price. So right here, we're still looking like, we like this level still is still looking good as a rejection point. So no evidence against this trade so far. Just unfortunately, at a lower price point, thinking that instead of consolidating, we were going to continue. And when I start noticing that, like in my entries, a lot of times what it means is like you need to be more patient about your entries, because right now price action, what it's doing is like it's not giving you the follow through. Like if we had follow through from this candle down and it kept going, this entry is fine. But if we're consolidating, this entry is not fun. And so obviously I've been talking about this consolidation being a possibility since we kind of started this pullback, and it is obviously a possibility. And if that's the case, you want to be taking your entries on the top side of this consolidation. Seller showing up. Unfortunately, this trade's just, it's going to take a long time. Kick Sniffer, you still out there? What are you doing? Are you flat or are you in this? And Adam, what are you doing? You're probably staying flat, huh? And exactly with me. Copy that. Yo, what's up, D. Ganton? Oh, you're T-Drop. Okay, copy that, man. Yeah, I'm a little concerned with that. We got buyers showing up here. We might want to exit. Not a huge fan of these buyers stepping in here. I want to see what price does. Buyers coming in right at the top of this range here. Not ideal for this trade unless it's just completely absorbed and we don't move past this point, but it's looking like it could get dangerous. So Kick Sniffer, we're right at this 26,100 level. If we start popping from this level, it might get dangerous, just FYI. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop down because I don't want to see this like right here. This is the turning point for me on this trade. If we start moving up above this, I don't want to be in it. What I don't like is I don't like all these wicks on this bottom side here. You know, essentially like you start seeing wicks on the bottom side like this, and it can get dangerous. Wicks on the bottom side here could get dangerous. Still negative on Delta. And to be fair, we do have the wicks on the top side, and we have this rejection here, and we have this rejection here. But this would probably be a little bit of a red flag, potentially. If this would be the biggest confirmation we could get, though, is that if we continue to reject from this area. So the buyers showing up before, right? So the buyers showed up here, and I was thinking this is going to be good confirmation for us potentially reversing this whole move, but it rejected from there. Buyers showed up here, it rejected from there. Buyers showed up here, it could potentially be rejecting from here. And this third time that it rejects might be the rejection we need to send price lower. Obviously, okay, so when you're looking at these kind of big orders, there are two things that can happen. Price can be accepted by these big orders, or price can be rejected by these big orders. And if price is rejected, it's just as much a confirmation as if they are accepted for that direction. Meaning that, like, if these buyers showed up and price started skyrocketing from here, I'd be extremely worried about this position. But since we've rejected from here, like I was worried for a second because, oh shit, now we got these big buyers potentially supporting this move to the upside. But since we rejected, that's a confirmation for the short side, at least in the short term. And that's why I moved my stop here, just FYI. Okay, so my reasoning for taking this trade was the short-term trend is lower. We also have the initial balance low, which is right here. Initial balance low, if if you've heard me talk about it, has between like a 70, about an 80% chance of working out. Now, how far that will go isn't accounted for in that percentage, but that we will break out and not retest this initial balance high. So this is essentially initial balance breakout trade, also going with the trend, also bouncing and having rejection off of these buy orders at the top of this range. Absorption here, absorption here, absorption here. And if you look at cumulative volume delta here, every time we go up above this zero line, which is right here, every time we go up above it, it shoots right back down. It shoots right back down. So whereas before we were coming down and we were shooting up, now it's basically, so think about this as support, resistance, resistance. So, and I didn't get it right, the first time. At first I thought we could be, reversing here and moving up. Then once we had the sort of initial balance form here and a re-break right here, I was considering that we might be just consolidating here for a while, which we did. So I don't think this is a super clear trade, but the reason for being short right now is that we've had, after this move here, we had a pullback, confirmation, continuation here. We pulled back to, at this point, I think it was the point of control plus the VWAP, and we got rejected from there. Then we come back up. We have buyers try to step in, but price rejects. Buyers try and step in, price rejects. Same thing here. Buyers try and step in, and price rejects. So right now, we're trending down. We've had a couple bounces, but with all the details that I was talking about, those are what makes me want to stay in a short at the moment. And of course, we all know that this could turn around at any given time, and let's say price just bounces right here. But when I'm trying to take a trade, or I'm in a trade, or I'm trying to decide like which direction this is going to go, I'm essentially trying to gather evidence. Like watching price, watching what's happening in the order flow. Where are we overall with volume delta? And do we have evidence at each turn, potential turning point that can support a direction or deny that direction? And right now we have a lot more evidence, leaning toward this continuing short. Now, the tricky part is you might have all the evidence in the world, and then seemingly out of nowhere, we just get a huge move that takes all that out, a V-shaped reversal. So we want to, obviously, if that's the case and that's going to happen, you want to be able to try and identify where that's going to happen. And what I was seeing here that could have potentially been, support for this being a reversal area was we had these orders coming in, and even though these seem small, comparatively speaking, these small, sell orders, having these sell orders happen at this level, which is value area low, and having price reject from that, and then having momentum follow up with buy order here, buy orders here. Here, at this moment in time, it looks like it could be a potential reversal. But once price rejects from there and we start meandering in a consolidation here, that to me signifies that the chance of a reversal, which what I wanted to catch was a huge momentum reversal that starts squeezing people out. We got people short from here, all the way this morning. People are short, and if they start getting in trouble, it's going to add fuel to the fire and start pushing this price way up very quickly. You guys have seen where you can have a reversal that happens super quickly. That's the kind of trade I would be looking for on a reversal. After the drop in the first 30 minutes of open, I was looking for longs as well, since we also cleared previous session lows, but it didn't align with my model, so I didn't take it. Yeah, copy that, man. It's this looked a little bit suspect. Like we could be going for a reversal, but really the confirmation would be breaking above this level right here. That would really be like the confirmation that we're really starting to move up. And then obviously breaking above the 50% fib level, which is basically at the same point. Well, close to it. For me at least. Yo, what's up, Max? What's up, Kick Sniffer? Yeah, man, I'd be happy to, like if you want me to like watch you trade and give you some feedback or something, I'd be happy to do that. What's up, Max? Have you taken any trades today? Hopefully you got this short. I missed this and I wasn't paying attention. I was doing other stuff when this happened, or else this probably would have been my only really solid entry for today, is taking it short from here, because this was the point of control and VWAP. Okay, so right now, this area right here, is, a gap. Let's go to this bullish. Let's go to this bullish gap right here. Is, a gap that we want to not see rejecting price like it just did. We did not close underneath this gap. And obviously a close underneath this gap would have been ideal. So we're not in the clear. Oh, yeah. Let me add the Discord right here. I'll put it in the chat. Ooh. Yeah, this is the that stuffed candle right here is 100% the best entry of the day in my opinion. Right here, we had confluence with VWAP, we had confluence with point of control, we had a directional move, we had a pullback. It was kind of perfect. Unfortunately, I was distracted. All right, I'm going to go to Twitch and put in our Discord channel. And our Discord channel is like, everybody's, willing, is more than welcome to contribute, your trade of the day or just chat about whatever trading wise. It's pretty chill. We don't have, I don't have like a regimen for updating it or anything like that, but it's more just like, while I'm offline, we can all just kind of chat on there. There it is. There is the Discord. I think Adam caught an earlier short. I don't know where. But Kick Sniffer caught a short entry way up here. Yep, no problem. Yeah, we did break the initial balance. Chart's not looking great for sure. We're doing a lot of consolidation. But yeah, the initial balance is right here around 26. I don't know, what is it? 2680. 2680-ish, whatever. It's right here. Made 400, the 700 you lost in London Open. Oh shit, man. Okay. Well, that's great news. Sounds like you had some pretty big emotional swings, emotional and P&L swings over the past 12 hours. Didn't know you were in minis. Ah, shit. I've done that before. That's a bummer. The best thing you can do whenever that situation happens is close it immediately. It's a difficult thing to do because when you enter the trade, you're thinking in your head, well, if this works out, it could be great. But if it doesn't work out, you lose money very quickly, and it can send you on tilt emotionally because it's it's a bigger hit on your P&L. So my honest assessment with this trade is that we could be looking at a situation where we come up and tap one of these higher levels before moving down, because obviously we have not yet. It doesn't mean we couldn't slowly grind down there, but to me it's looking like maybe we still have some unfinished business up here. I would like to see it, price held below this cluster of orders right here, but I might not get what I want. And, we also have to consider that this could be like us not moving down from, to break the lows on this candle right here. Did that happen right at, yeah. So this happened right on the 1130 candle. Us not continuing to go down and to break these lows on this candle was a bit of an upset, for this trade. And sometimes when you're in a trade, it's like about like, okay, what's happening in your favor, but also at the same time, what's not happening in your favor. And sometimes when you get evidence that where something should have, and when I say should, what I mean is like what will likely happen when you're in a trade like this. We have a consolidation. We fall out of the consolidation after we broke the high of the consolidation. We've had rejection on the top side. What should happen is we should go take out these lows. We've got rejected 3 times up here. we should take out this low. But then here, getting stopped right here and not closing below this consolidation or this gap was a little bit of a red flag. So now we're reapproaching this cluster of orders here, and now I'm just watching price. I mean, I got my stop right here pretty tight up on these orders, but I'm just watching. Are we getting a rejection from here? Maybe. We're still negative on Delta. And if I was in with one, I probably would add, you know, right here on this rejection. I'm not trying to increase my risk because this is kind of just going back and forth, and I don't know if this is going to play out or not. And unfortunately, when you're in a trade that has consolidation in it, it's like it takes a long time for this to play out. But while that's happening, what you should be doing is just gathering evidence. So this is the only hit I think against us right now in this trade, is that we rejected from down here. We didn't follow through. Otherwise, we rejected, many times from up here. And if that was like the attempt to break this and we continue going lower, I'm going to feel pretty good about us taking these lows pretty soon. Oh, damn, I got to catch up on what you guys are talking about. But I'll take it. Oh, what's the dog breed? You're talking about Coda? Hey, buddy. He's a Samoyed. Hey, what's up, buddy? You can come say hi? Come here, bud. Hi. Yeah, that's a good boy. That's a good boy. Yeah, Coda. Oh. Can you say a woo? Say a woo. Give me a hug. Good boy. Do you want to go outside? Hey, hang on. I'm going to let him outside real quick. Yeah, where's Mars? He's around here somewhere. I hear him. Let me see if I can find him. Mars. One more. There he is. Hey, buddy. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. Oh, hi. Yeah. Hey, bud. Oh, there he is. Oh. Hey. Now we're attempting to go back again to 26,100. This trade is not ideal. Kind of hate this trade. Yes, I do. I do. And essentially, it's like if I get enough evidence that this trade is not going in my direction, then I'll close it early. And a lot of times when I'm closing a trade early before it hits my stop loss, it means that like there's most likely been a change that happened and my stop loss was too loose. Like sometimes I'll put my stop loss like really loose when I open the trade, and then I'm looking for, like for instance, I could potentially have a stop loss on this trade up here, right? Because this is an invalidation point as well. But then let's say that we create a high up here that bounces off of here. Now this is the invalidation point, or I just don't want to take as much risk on it because the trade changes over time and the trade doesn't look as good, and then I'm not willing to risk as much. You'll see me do it every once in a while, and I'll try and point it out if you're on here when I do it, because I know that was a little bit vague. And I'm trying to think of a certain situation when I change my stop, but you know, one reason could be my stop is not in the correct position to begin with, or the second reason would be that like the trade changes, something changes about the trade that makes me not want to risk that much. Like, for instance, right here, when this changed, I moved my stop. When buyers stepped in right here, now I'm thinking, oh shit, if I'm in short and these buyers step in and price moves above these buyers and we get continued buying, I don't want to be in that because it tells me momentum has shifted, and I don't want to be on the wrong side of these guys. So the second these guys stepped in, I moved my stop from like up here to down here because now my invalidation point is here. Essentially what the thought process is on this is either people getting out of the market in their short positions, or it's people buying, trying to buy the breakout, and seeing that rejection means that we have passive sellers that are stronger than these aggressive buyers. And as price approaches this cluster of buy orders, what I want to see is people getting out of their buy positions because they're in trouble. And as price approaches their orders, as it becomes break even, it's going to push price down. It's going to repel price down, if that makes sense. This indicator for big buy orders is a part of like a suite in NinjaTrader. It's called Big Trades. So it's part of the order flow suite. So you typically can't get this as an indicator. I don't know. Maybe you can on TradingView or something like that. But essentially what you have to have access to is like depth of market information, which gives you like, essentially this lets me know. I'll show you a different version of it. But essentially what this does is like it allows you to see when big orders enter the market. And with regular like level 1 data, you can't get that information, unfortunately. You're on PX? What's that? Oh, Project X. Yeah, I don't think Project X has order flow data. Not positive though. Oh man, that's a bummer. You had your Game Boy game stolen. Dude, I'll tell you what, like the amount of money you can get for old school games is pretty incredible. Like, I mean, obviously for collectors, especially when they're like in their box, but in their box, I think the original Zelda, there was one that was sold, and this was a few years back, so maybe even more now, but the original Zelda was sold for like 850 grand. The first Super Mario Brothers, still new in box, was like, I don't know, $650,000. So I just wish I had the wherewithal when I was a kid to save some of those boxes, you know, or save just all you had to do is buy 2 of the copies and just be like, I want one that's unopened. Yeah, I know, man. This trade is unfortunate. And again, I could see that, you know, even if this trade, you know, works out, I could also see it just pumping really quickly before it dumps, which is kind of a shitty thing because it might stop me out, but it's okay if it stops me out. I'm willing to just re-enter if it looks good. I would rather that than, like, let's say it just launches from here, you know, and just having a super wide stop and it actually just completely shifting directions. Right now, it's like we do have evidence, you know, for this trade, but it hasn't resulted in anything yet, unfortunately. What do we got coming at noon? Fed speaker. Copy that. I'm not a fan of holding trades that I don't feel great about throughout this news. Let's see. Okay, I mean it's not supposed to be huge. Like not a red folder, but we might get a little volatility. We just popped that area. Yeah, looks like we're about to get stopped. Man, unfortunate. Okay, well, let's reassess. No, I really don't. I'm not holding, or I'm not, you know, sort of denying that possibility at all, that it could just flip bullish. You know, this, when you have, you know, like something like this where we broke above this area, we have buyers that are interested at this level. We've got support here. We now have buying follow through. You know, this could be potentially, you know, flipping bullish now. I'm not sure though. This still looks within the realm of possibility of being a, you know, bearish, like a bear flag. Essentially, we come down, we're making higher lows, higher highs, and then let's say we hit this objective up here. Like maybe we come up here, we could still break these lows, but we certainly didn't do this with strength. I mean, the initial idea for this going short was that we were either breaking it here or breaking it here, and we didn't. We got held up here. So this could be, you know, a flip for the day, and this could be one of those anomalies where we don't continue going short, and maybe we end the day bullish, or, you know, maybe we kind of stay within, maybe this is the low of the day, this is the high of the day, and we range between here. You know, I mean, anything's possible. We just have to trade what's in front of us, and what's in front of us right now, unfortunately, has been choppy bullshit for the past hour and a half. But, you know, I mean, like, there's not an entry right now for, like, if this starts moving bullish. I mean, I would say the thing I'm watching for right now is, like, do I try taking this short again up here or up here? And I would recommend that, you know, if you're watching and you're trying to take entries, especially kick sniffer, you know, you're trying to come back from drawdown, you know, I mean, following me with, you know, kind of on a fresh day might not be wise. You know, you might want to be a little more selective right now, whereas I'm potentially just like looking for an entry to catch this continuation short, and I'm willing to risk a little bit more to get it. So we tap the VWAP right now. It looks like we are rejecting off the VWAP. You know, if I wasn't like worried about being followed, I probably would have taken this entry to go short, because I honestly don't mind getting stopped out and then taking an immediate entry right after that, because sometimes that happens. You'll get stopped out and then the trade will go, And I have no qualms with like getting stopped out of a trade and then immediately re-enter, because it's like, you know that that's the objective sometimes. It's like, okay, we got all these people going short right now. They got their stops above here. Let's take them out and then go. So I don't know. I think right now, though, like all of this was kind of a little draining. So I'm going to watch a little bit and see what we get. This entry, again, you know, this entry previously on VWAP was the best entry of the day. This entry right here might also have been the best entry of the day, but I don't know. Right now, what I was kind of coming out of was this bullshit of holding it, not having it really work out or do anything. So when it pops up above here, I'm trying to analyze it and see like, okay, well, where, if you're gonna pop this, what were you trying to pop this for? Like, why are you moving up here? And I don't know that we've hit that yet. Like maybe we did. Maybe it was just they wanted to hit VWAP and kind of take out this range. And then it wants to move lower, which is exactly what happens in a bear flag. You're moving down. You start accumulating here so that you can get, you know, at the top end, you get absorption up here, absorption up here, absorption up here. And you start accumulating a short position to then move lower. But I don't know that that's happening just yet. I'm just watching and seeing that that could be a possibility. I'm not seeing like a lot of directional initiative. Yo, thanks, man. Have a good one. You thinking of this fair value gap up here? Or are you talking about? Maybe. I mean, that's pretty far up there. I just don't see a lot of momentum yet. I don't see a lot of momentum to. I don't see a ton of aggressive buying happening just yet. Like this deep pullback right here after breaking this level is making me think we're either coming back into this consolidation range or we're going lower. That's my initial thought. Every once in a while, I'll pull it up and see what's up. It looked like it was kind of trending down earlier when I took a look at it, but potentially bounced. Oh yeah, it looks like it bounced. Today, like just in my experience so far with trading gold, I like to trade it when it's very, very directional. Like when it's really trending. Like, you know, this is a good example. When I find gold to be extremely tricky when it's kind of moving back and forth. So this is kind of price action that it like just happened right here, right? Like it popped us out and then it starts moving down. I don't know if it's going to continue moving down, but you know, this is obviously tricky. It's not going to, after this first, you know, two moves here, it's not offering us a lot to jump on board with a ton of confidence. Is what's happening. Now, if I go to a lower time frame, you can see like we did create a fair value gap that we immediately inverted right here. And we did this at a key level, which is this VWAP. But, I'm just a little hesitant to take another entry, especially considering that, like, here's the thing is that, I want to be selective about it. It's difficult also when I have, people that are watching and following, and that's part of the accountability that I want to have when I'm streaming is that I take good entries. But it's different where, if you guys are trying to follow and I'm going back and forth, it can be difficult to follow, and it can also ruin, wreck it for you guys. So I'm going to try and be selective, And right now, this ranging back and forth where we are, we're still in the middle of this value area. Now we're above this point of control. Like, we don't have a ton of, like, we don't have a ton of confirmation either way. So I think probably if we were going to be smart about this is probably what we would do is, like, let's mark out this high. Essentially, it's like the value area high and the value area low. I'll just take this away. Let's just say here, this value area high, this value area low. If we hit this, I would probably be interested in taking it short. If we hit this, I would probably be interested in taking it long based on the price action thus far. Because right now it looks like we're ranging, and it looks like we could range for the rest of the day, potentially. And if we're going to do that, the only valid trades really are to take the extremes of the range and take it back into the range. That's kind of how I'm feeling so far. Potentially this VWAP though, right? So, like, the only 3 levels I'm really interested in are these outer edges and this VWAP. Coming up to the VWAP right now. The one thing I am remember earlier when I was talking about it, it's gonna be really tricky if we start just moving up like this. Just moving up essentially on like a channel trend line. Those are really tricky, especially coming out of like an explosive move. So you don't want to talk yourself out of good trades by over-analyzing stuff, but you want to always have it in the back of your mind that these things are possibilities. And right now, you don't want to like force a trade because you think something could happen. Right now, if you're given this sort of back and forth price action, what you want to do is you want to wait until you have not just a prediction of what could happen, but you have evidence of what is currently happening, which means, unfortunately, that like it's going to require more patience and you could be later in the trade, except for the fact that right now what I'm gathering is that the way price is moving, we could very likely have a reaction off of this area up here if we get up here, which we might not get up here. But we could also very likely have a reaction down here because these are the extremes. And as opposed to thinking we're going to break out of this up here or break out from this down here, I think it's a higher probability trade to take it back inside to the range. And if we don't get that and we kind of just go back and forth, I think I'm okay with that, just like sitting out because all of this is very confusing. But once we get to these outer ranges, we should start seeing like, okay, this is the limit to what you know, this is the limit of the bullish price action that's going to be okay. Same thing down here. And if you find yourself like, you know, taking, and look, there, like, there's nothing wrong with taking a short from this area, in my opinion. You know, we took a short down here after we had a rejection up here. All the evidence was aligning, and there's nothing wrong with taking those trades. But if you find that those trades aren't working out, which they're not for me, if you find that they're not working out, a lot of times, like, if you just look, you zoom out and you look, where are we? With relation to, you know, the move today, the move yesterday, so on and so forth. Where are we in relation to that? And now I have to make my areas where I'm willing to take a trade more extreme. Like, you have to require more. So the next level up would be up here. And it happens to align with the value area high, which is great because we have some confluence. And where are, you know, this is on the long side. On the short side, you know, what's the extreme of that? I would say it's either here or the low of the day, right? So we have 1, 2, 3 reactions around this value area low. And so if we come down here, we might anticipate a break of this and a reaction, or a retest of this area and a reaction. Whether that reaction is short or long, we won't know till we get here. But I'm going to lean more toward, based on the way price is acting and like a lot of the initial aggression that we had to move this price down is out of the market now. It's just no longer here. We have, you know, kind of passive, not just, we had some, you know, some rejections here, but it's looking like, you know, there was some capitulation there, and now we're potentially going for another area where that is going to be stronger. And this area, I would say, has some strength to it, you know, because it provided this rejection right here. So I guess all that is to say, once you start getting, like, you know, trades that don't work out, take a step back and figure out, are these levels actually being respected? And right now they're being disrespected. So where's the next level that could potentially be respected, make it more extreme, require more out of it? And it's probably up here for me, 26,150-ish. Now, you know, of course the market can, if we're seeing all this as like it won't go any lower than this today, and I didn't see any extreme stuff happening down here, so I'm a little less likely to believe that this is gonna just launch from here and continue going up. But you know, let's say that we've really had some trouble, like we attempted to get down here like really hard and we rejected from here. I would be more inclined to think we could go and take the high of the day. But since we didn't really do that, there was a little consolidation down here, then a larger consolidation here. I didn't see anything extreme happening, so I'm a little less inclined to think that we're going to go extreme bullish today. More likely, I think we come up here and then we come back down. And Kick Sniffer, I know you're watching this level up here, and if we get up there, I would be watching this as well. But I don't know if we're going to make it up there, so we'll have to see how we react right here. Probably willing to take a short around 26,150. Now, taking it short from up here, here's the, you know, what we have to anticipate is that if we're getting up here, because we now have some momentum going to the upside. It's not huge, but we got some. Because that's happening, we definitely have to be aware of the fact that if we take it up here and we move down, that could be the pullback, right? And we could keep going. We could keep going long. So when you're positioning yourself with that, when you're managing your trade with that, you have to take that under consideration, which means either go to break even quickly or take profit quickly. Put some money in your pocket as this trade starts moving in your direction, because we're taking a risk on us trading the pullback move and not the actual reversal move. Didn't quite get up to that 26,150, unfortunately, and it looks like we're either pulling back or this could be a move to take price lower. Looking more likely that this is just a pullback and we're going to potentially hit these higher objectives. And if that's the case, I'll be ready. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to grab a drink. All right, Kick Sniffer, let me know what you have in mind. You know, one thing that could be helpful too is like if you show me your executions for the day. I mean, I think really what it's about. What I probably need to do is like spend some one-on-one time with you to like video chat with you, so that you can explain to me what your strategy is, what your challenges are, and kind of where I can offer some feedback for you. That would probably be helpful. I could probably do it later today if you're down. All right. Looks like we're making another drive up. I'm probably going to short it up here, looking at 26,150, potentially even around this high right here. Do notice that when we flip, when this flip happens, it's usually for me, I take note of it. We flip on Delta. We flipped on Delta here, and this is showing that we have support. But I do like this level up here, 26,150, 26,155. Oh, thanks, man. That makes me happy to hear that it's helping you out. I'm definitely down to, just help as much as I can. That's kind of really the point of these streams are for me to have accountability, so that when I'm taking trades, I'm not just like being a wild man taking them, and people can witness them. But also, trading is hard and it can be just kind of lonely when you're doing it by yourself. So the other thing I would like to do is, I don't want to position myself as some trading guru or anything like that, but I have been through some shit and I've got some experience. So if I can use that experience to help other people, I'm happy to do it. So it looks like we're having a little bit of rejection up here. I'm still going to wait until we can potentially hit these levels up here. But at the very least, what I'm looking for out of, if I go short from one of these areas, would be a revisit to VWAP. So depending on where this actually falls from, let's say it falls from here, that would be a 30-point trade, and then you hold for more. If it bounces off there and comes back to your price, you take your half profit and it comes back to you, unfortunately. But, if you can hold for more, great. But, if we get up here to 26,150, 155, now we're looking at 40 to 45 points of, whether it's a pullback or a potential reversal. That's enough, especially considering that you have probably a, maybe 10-point risk on this trade. If you wanted to, you could go all the way back up to here, and your risk is going to be above 180. But even still, right, you got 1 to 1.5 or 1 to 2 on a scalp down to VWAP, and with potential to go lower. So right now, let's say worst case scenario. Well, obviously it's not worst case scenario, but in this trade, what you're looking at is, in your hypothetical worst case scenario, it's a scalp to VWAP. And then you transition your line of thinking from it's a scalp to you close, a portion of your trade down here, and then you let the rest run. And so maybe it could be more than a scalp, but maybe all you get is 30 points off of it, and that's okay. Yeah, Kick Sniffer. My goal is for us all to be successful in trading. I want everybody that's on here that's putting in the work every day to be successful. That's the dream, man. We can have a community of people that share ideas, give help. Unfortunately, here it's coming from VWAP right now, maybe lower. So this is essentially the trade that I was looking to take. But didn't hit my price, unfortunately. Yeah, so I mean, you can see here we had rejection up here, once, twice. I was just thinking we were going higher and we were going to retest these levels, but unfortunately that didn't happen. So I kind of missed this scalp down to VWAP, and then the goal was to hold a portion for it to continue going, and it looks like it might continue to go. And I missed the entry, and that shit happens sometimes. Unfortunately. Learn for about 6 hours and trade for about 8 every day, and all weekend I learn. Hell yeah, man. That's what's up. That's what it takes to be successful, to be honest with you. You know, it takes a lot of studying, a lot of practice. You got to be dedicated for sure. Yeah, Adam, damn, I was about to list your stuff on eBay and you missed a short too. Yeah, that unfortunately it didn't. I was hoping it was going to retest this high over here, but didn't quite get there. That's okay. It is what it is. No FOMO. Would love to see this recover that whole move right here and then go up here and then really start breaking down. But I don't know. Right now, I don't see an entry, you know, for me. Obviously, we have this fair value gap right here we could tap back into. You know, we retested, you know, VWAP right here lightly. But I don't know. I don't know where we're going with this. We could potentially go to the lows. But if you're looking at this kind of like a market maker buy model type of situation, it might just retest down here and then bounce from here. The only thing I was counting on was us going to hit VWAP, and we already did that. And then beyond that, it was like I was going to hold it and probably trail my stop. But didn't really have a specific target in mind because we got all this consolidation that happened here. And I don't know. I didn't have a clear objective. You know, potentially the low of the consolidation down here, the value area low. But I don't know. No entry. Yeah, let's check it out. Let's check out, see what gold's doing. Looks like gold's consolidating. Not really a great. I don't know why this says delayed. Data is delayed. You know, when days like this are happening, and I certainly don't want to be like bah humbug about days like today, because there were good opportunities. Like if you were ready and waiting with a sniper rifle, looking at this area as a sweep area to take short, and you caught this move, hell yeah, that's a great move to catch. This right here was a great move to catch. Everything in between, sloppy. This is all slop. This move right here, you know, is a small move. I was anticipating that. Could have been an okay move, but the area was not fantastic. In my opinion, just was not fantastic. I mean, this area was an area that, like, when you look at the high, like the open and close of these candles, these candle bodies right here, that's an area that I was watching for invalidation. So these candle bodies right here, boom. But what I was anticipating was that out of this area, we would get probably like a candle that pushes up higher and gets rejected. Like, so we have a big wick up here. That's what I was kind of hoping for. Kind of similar to this, right? And then I could enter. But the fact that we kind of stopped right here on a dime and started moving lower. It wasn't really a great setup for me, even though I was anticipating this. Just wasn't a great setup. So if we can repeat that at a higher price, I might be willing to take it. But I guess the point I was trying to make is sometimes in days like these, you got to be okay with not forcing a trade. Like I know that like you, and when I say you, I mean me, like, you know, my objective every day is come into the market and take money. But when, for one reason or another, the market is making it difficult to get your money, you know, it really should be an easy decision to, you know, tighten up your requirements for the trades that you take. You know, don't be loosey-goosey with it when the market is difficult. Tighten up your requirements, what you want to see out of the market before you just, you know, start taking trades. And for me, it's like, I want to see a higher price here. And if I don't see that, got to be okay with it. And, you know, walking away on a red day is pretty tough. It's one of the toughest things in the world. And I would say it's probably one of the number one reasons why people blow their accounts and why they eventually can't hold on to their wins enough to be profitable. So, like, you know, if you can recognize that in yourself, you've probably done more than a lot of the people that have difficulty becoming profitable. And if you can recognize that self, then it means that you have something that you should be working on. Walking away on red days, and it's easier said than done. But can you come up with some sort of system that allows you to do that? Can you come up with some sort of mental routine that allows you to do that? And a lot of times, like losing money, if you really, really analyze what happens when you have your biggest losing days, that can be motivation enough to come up with a system that doesn't allow that. And the system might just be, you know, as simple as having your max daily loss tighter than you think it should be. So, like, right now, this is not a good start to the week. I do know if I take one good trade, it can make up for it, and that's great. But at the same time, if the market is providing terrible price action, or not ideal price action, like staying out of the market is better for your P&L than trying to enter on setups that are not ideal. So, you know, having gone through a ton of pain, you know, on days like today when you're trying to force a trade and it seems impossible to make money. When I have and I don't see that just yet. But like if I were taking entries and continuing to lose and I haven't had a great trade yet. But if that continues to happen today and like in my head, I'm thinking it's impossible for me to make money. That should be an indicator for me to be extremely cautious or step away from the charts. Sometimes stepping away from the charts is the best thing you can do. And I have a hard time with that because I don't think you should step away from the charts because you're fearful. I think you should step away from the charts because you're being smart. And there's a difference. If you're being fearful, you know, there might be other adjustments that you can make. Maybe you trade smaller. Maybe you're not in the right mindset. But as a result of not being in the right mindset, as a result of maybe having, you know, not too much drawdown in your accounts, you can be smart. And I value being smart over being fearful. Coming back up to this area, retesting it, I think we're too high up here to not take these highs, is the way I feel. Like if we came down here, came all the way back up, the way I'm thinking about this is, unless we're in a consolidation, right? Like if we start consolidating here and we start moving up and down in this area, it's kind of a different story. But my initial
reaction to making this move down, breaking VWAP, coming back up. Now we're above VWAP. Is that we have made it. Let's see. Did we actually close above this gap yet? Maybe slightly. I don't know if enough to be significant. But my thought is if we're going to take the effort to go all the way back up to this area, it's more likely that we're going to break these highs. And if we break these highs, I'll be waiting to potentially take a short. Because that was my original area that I was down to take a short. And again, it might just be a scalp. And this scalp might be more shallow than this one. So I would be targeting VWAP again. But in this scenario where it is a pullback indeed to continue going higher, then that means we might just hit the VWAP and then start moving up instead of going through the VWAP. So coming up to the price that I was looking at, I'll go ahead and take a stab here. We broke these highs, looking for this to be, potentially a false breakout, come back down and hit this VWAP. Kind of the original trade that I was looking for when this happened. Where am I willing to risk? Above this here. Above this buy order here, we rejected from here once, twice, and above the value area high. And again, because we're going against the short-term trend now, which we've been kind of grinding up for a little bit, we broke out of this consolidation, above it, retested it, and now we're still above it. Because of that, again, I want to go break even very quickly. I don't want to risk a lot on this trade going against the trend or the immediate trend. The longer term trend is still bullish. The kind of intermediate trend is bearish because of today, right? And then the very short term trend is long. But in any case, in that short-term trend, we are going against it. So I don't want to risk a whole lot on it. So I've got a tighter stop, and if we start breaking down a little bit, I'm going to go to break even very quickly because I don't want this snapping back on me. I'll go ahead and go break even right now. And again, if this comes out and it comes back and takes me out, I'm okay with that, and I can re-enter, like say up here, for instance. So I would rather take a break-even stop out than take a second to reassess than to have my stop like way up here and this kind of explode up, reverse on me, continue going long, and then now I'm risking a lot more than I wanted to on this trade, understanding the risk of the short-term price action being long, bullish. We did get this delta flip here on the zero line, right? We came above it, now we're back under it. I like seeing that, obviously, especially after attempting to stay above it here. So right now we're potentially still just in a pullback trade. Because we've already ran through all these prices down here, I've got less faith that this is going to go deeper. I think, at the very least, taking some off down here is ideal. And we could potentially even stop around this area. If we are kind of scrolling back, and let me look at the... It's tough for me to see that where we have low volume, but a lot of this price action looks pretty balanced to me. We're digging back and forth, digging back and forth, digging back and forth. So we look pretty balanced here. Meaning that, like, okay, even when we create fair value gaps, you can see they're not really being respected. Fair value gaps are typically respected because they have low volume in there. But if we've already been through this area once and now we're going through it twice and we're creating fair value gaps, I will put less emphasis on these fair value gaps now. And as you can see, we inverted this one, right? We inverted this one. We inverted these. So all these fair value gaps we're creating in here are not being respected. And it's because we are creating fair value gaps in a potentially balanced price range. And we shouldn't really expect a lot out of those fair value gaps if that's the case. Now, if this is the first time, like if on the first run through of this price range, like on this low area, these fair value gaps I would respect more. Looks like we're pushing up. Chance of getting stopped out, break even here. And if we do, we might expect going to higher prices, in which case I'm down to take another entry up here. So still watching 26 150 and then 26 like 153-ish. And that right there, what happened is exactly why I am down to take a shot at it, but I'm only willing to take a shot at it if I go break even quickly, because this pulled back and then instantly, wants to come for higher prices. And I'm okay with that. And you got to have the kind of mental resilience to be able to have those trades come back on you and give it a shot again if you want to, or not, but not to be frustrated from it. And not to be too eager, especially in a day like today when I'm trying to get out of drawdown. Don't be too eager to get out of drawdown that you don't keep your cool, right? Like, I'm not super eager to get out, like, with a quick trade. Like, in that scenario, I could have sized up and then, taken profit down here or whatever, but I'm not trying to rush it. I'm not trying to, like, not trying to put myself in a position to induce frustration. And if you can't take break-even trades like that, then I would suggest don't do it, because if it sends you on tilt to get break-even trades, you probably need to minimize those. So here, what I'm anticipating is we're going to break these highs and have another opportunity to take it short. And hopefully this area up here is going to be the real area that gets rejected. Unless it falls short right here. If it falls short, unfortunately, it'll be one of those opportunities like this, right, where we miss it. It sucks. If we see continued selling, maybe it's worth it. I was really hoping we were going to get that test up here. If this had been kind of dramatic, like I saw a ton of absorption up here, I would have taken this. But because we just kind of ran up here and just fell out of nowhere, just kind of like here, fell out of nowhere, it didn't warrant an entry for me. I don't know. We're kind of starting to build some momentum for longs. So entries we take short need to be very careful. I need to be very careful with the entries short to not like hold them for the big move and then have it just run all the way back on me. I want to at least take profit at a decent like area objective at the very least. All right, we got another drive up. Hopefully we can hit this. And I don't want to be too I don't want to be a dick for a tick and say, oh, I'm requiring it to hit this exact level up here. But what I do want to see is do we actually make an effort up here? Or does it just fall out of the sky? Or you got your breaking, you entered with a mini and you got a break even on it. Copy that. I hope you get it, man. I hope this is weakness that we're seeing here and not just, induced selling to then take it out. But you got to break even, doesn't even matter. So what I would like to see out of this area is I'd like to see a pop. Does it pop and then get rejected? Or at least a decent try. You know what I mean? And sometimes even if we do end up breaking out from this area and continue to go long, you can catch a short, you know, for the retest. And at the very least, what it does is it, you know, offers you an opportunity where you can break even or just catch a tiny bit of profit, even if you're wrong. All right, let's see how price is reacting to this this big buyer that just stepped in. Looks like we might have an opportunity to break out here, is what it looks like, but I'm not looking at this area for longs. I'm looking at this area for shorts. So this was the decent try that I was looking for. Like, we at least made an attempt up here with some volume. And now I want to see how his price react up here. I'm going to take a short. Looks like we have a very decent attempt right here at this level, right? We got two big buyers stepping in. Again, same game plan, break even quickly, could potentially add quickly to this as well. I like this rejection. I'm gonna go ahead and add. Then I'll trail my stop. We're coming back up to these prices. Was hoping this was really just gonna start moving down quickly, but unfortunately we're up here at these prices again. But I have a tight stop above these orders. So if we can make this attempt a fail and then drop below this price again, I'll go break even. We did get the flip on Delta here, as you can see. As you can see, I mean, this level is highly contested. You could see that by price action alone, but you can see it here with volume as well. It's a highly contested area. We don't really have a lot of evidence either way, except for the fact that we fell down from this area, but it could be just kind of a natural pullback that we're having. A volume picking up again on the buy side. Looks like it's getting absorbed again. So evidence still looks good. To be honest, this looks more like a breakout to me, at least with that level. Might be willing to take one more stab short, and if I lose that, I probably have to flip my bias. And again, one of the things that I was concerned about is this grindy price action. And if we don't see a fall out of this area, I'm going to be really concerned that we're just grinding up. All right, so starting to move down a little bit, not a ton. Sometimes to catch these moves it takes a couple tries, and sometimes doesn't matter how many times you try, you're not going to catch it. And if that's the case, then your bias is wrong. So right now, probably an opportunity to just cover my ass. And I want to see this fall out of this area quickly. You know what I mean? So putting it break even, I don't want to see it coming back up here and retesting this. If it comes back up here and retests it, I'm thinking again, we're going to break out. So I think I'm okay with putting a break even in here, maybe slightly below it. No, I think really break even. So if this hits me, it'll get out in probably a little bit of a loss, but that's okay. I think this is the right area to have my stop at the high of the body of this candle. And if I can add to it, I will. But right now, if I add to it, it's going to put my price right here. And that's too low, at least for where it's at right now. I want to see this kind of start breaking down a little bit. This is still within the sort of realm of what's normal here. We are kind of coming up here on this trend line. And every time we fall back to this trend line, it gets picked back up. So everything is, we don't have anything abnormal except for the fact we got rejected pretty hard up here. Now, if we come down and break this trend line here, we have this next gap that we're watching. So I'll go ahead and highlight that. This is the next point of contention for this trade. And this break-even stop might be a little bit on the low side, but because we might come up to this area, 226, 151, we might test that. But again, this has the potential to get very explosive very quickly, kind of like this candle was. And if that's the case, I don't want to be caught in that. I'd rather cut it off right as it's getting explosive than at the full extension of it. Looks like we're gonna get stopped out. And now, is it worth it to take it another short? I'm just not sure yet, because all we're doing is continuing to break these kind of levels. So I don't know. The short might work out, but it's kind of grinding right now. I do like this rejection, but we've flipped on Delta again. And again, when price is doing this, chopping around and being confusing, best thing you can do is recognize that. Recognize it's being choppy. I got, break even on a couple of these, one loss on them, and it's if it's not working out like that, like you think it's going to, it might not be worth it to enter. So right now I'm going to wait. To me, it looks like we're going to go again, break these highs. And if you break enough highs and you keep creating new higher lows enough times in a row, it could be an indication that you're either trending up or there's an objective up here that it's going to hit, and it doesn't matter how many tries you take, it's going to keep going higher. So, might behoove me to chill for a second. Also, seeing this happen so many times, as like I want to see this happen a few times, but eventually it starts like wearing thin. Okay, right here, this level, we're breaking above it. See what happens. Delta moving higher and higher. Looking, I mean, we haven't broke a major low in a minute. So we want to see something major happen. I thought this was a potential major event, but turned out that it wasn't, you know? Could that be the sweep we needed? Maybe. It just didn't look that serious. Wow. Don't know if you guys caught that. But, you know, that was, this just, right now what we're watching is we're watching some tricky price action. You know, this drop that just happened within this candle looked like, you know, maybe it was a liquidity grab, a quick one down to this gap. Maybe now it's going to continue higher. It also flipped on CVD. This is all just a little bit volatile, but price isn't really even, it's just tricky is all it is. I'm gonna go ahead and move it to a higher time frame, see if anything is sticking out to me, because right now on the lower time frame, nothing's really sticking out to me. Pretty significant move back up off of today's move, right? We're over 50% now. We did sweep this hive, this hourly candle. I'm dropped out to the 15-minute. We've got a lot of noise happening on the smaller time frame. I'm gonna try one more short here. Same plan. Same plan. I'll go break even quickly. Starting to see a little bit of weakness, and I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit. Seeing this hourly, high swept, us hitting this value area high. Same plan, just break even pretty quickly. And one of the challenges of, like, when you're taking these kinds of trades and you're willing to go break even on it, is that, like, a lot of times it'll take you a few tries. And again, maybe this trade won't work out, but sometimes to get the trade that you want, it'll take a few tries, meaning you'll have to get stopped out a few times, which is different from the normal mindset that you need to have, which is like, if you have your stop up here, whatever, and you get stopped out, you don't want to keep trying. Depends on your trading style, but I guess the point is that, like, if you're taking a bunch of break-even losses, it can kind of, if you're not used to it, it can wear you down. And, from the outside looking in, it might look like you're over trading or something like that. But, my trading style is different, I would say, than a lot of traders out there, which is like, I'm willing to take multiple trades a day. I'm willing to take, many trades to get it right, especially if they're break-even. And I'm used to it, my mental fortitude, it's kind of ingrained in me that it's okay to stay calm as long as you're staying calm and not trading with emotions, to take multiple tries on setups. If you get break even, it's okay. And, also getting break even on trades a lot of times in a row, can force you to, when you're taking these trades, you're obviously analyzing the price pretty heavily. Like, that came back pretty quickly. And it allows you to know, like, okay, is it either A, not ready yet? B, am I wrong on this? Or do you just, is it not even worth it to try? And to me, as long as I can continue to trade with like mental clarity, it's at least worth it to try. Now, if I start taking big losses after big losses, that's when I'm like, okay, I need to get away, because then I'm at risk of, like, tilting. But as long as I can take this and be like, hey, if this works out, great. If it doesn't, it's cool. I'm okay with it. So, like, what is this telling me? Right now, what price is doing is every time it dips, it gets picked up pretty quickly. This is the only exception here, which was, an entry I missed, unfortunately. But, out of this area, it drops, and then immediately 10 points back up. So that is indicating to me that there's another objective up here. So unless something major happens, if we break this high, I'm probably willing to take another stab at it. But I don't want to take it in the middle of nowhere, because I now am because it came back up, I'm now thinking it's not done yet. It's not done up here. And maybe it comes all the way up here. Maybe that's when it's done, or maybe it's not. It's just gonna fake me out and gonna go high, go long. But I'm not gonna take an entry at the same spot that I did here, because it dipped and immediately got repriced. So now I'm gonna wait. Oh, you want me to check out Discord? Tony 2, is that you? Tony 2? pin in chat? What's pin in chat? Sorry. Yeah, thanks, Adam. Yeah, man, we got this shit. I mean, this is what we do. You don't have my Discord. Would you repost it in the chat? Oh, okay. Here, I'll put it here. There we go. I pinned it. G Money with numbers. Okay, cool. Yeah, this to me, I mean, it looks like we're grinding up and we kind of like, what is it that we're trying to go for? Maybe it's this gap right here. Maybe 26,200-ish or 190. But I don't know, right now it's like, this is some sick music. Hang on real quick. It's not doing what I want it to do, and it's not causing me frustration. It's just telling me that I might need to wait. Let's see. But I'll tell you what, the reason I'm not frustrated is because I'm not like taking a lot. I'm not trying to force anything. I'm taking stabs when I think it makes sense, and then, you know, covering my ass really quickly. But if I was losing a bunch on each one of these attempts, I would be pissed. I would just honestly, like, where I'm at now is like, I'd like to get a solid trade in, and if price action clears up, then I can stay on the charts. But essentially, I'm just looking for one, like, give me one good entry. I'm gonna go to the hourly chart. Let's check it out. Here, like, you know, we kind of breached the 50% Fibonacci on this move down, and that to me is, you know, a trigger for me to be watching. What are we doing? Are we gonna, if we start moving up above that 50% Fibonacci and remain above it, that to me is a sign of a potential reversal. We haven't done it with speed or aggression today, so it's been tough to even try and capitalize on anything beyond this down move. But here at this 50% level, here, let me where is that? You know, we're above it on the hourly time frame. It looks like we might be ripe to continue going up. We have this reversal candle, green candle, dip, green candle, small wick here. It could be led by a large expansion candle. So that's on the hourly time frame. I got a coat of hair on my face. Hang on. Let's go to the 4 hour. Four hour here looks like indecision. You know, we got a big wick on top, a big wick on bottom. So as of right now, this is essentially like an 8 hour doji candle. But if we're gonna continue going up, I mean, this is gonna be a tough thing to jump on board with, I think. What's sometimes tough to swallow is, I mean, look at these candles. These are gross. Sometimes tough to swallow is like, it was right, I think, here when I went long. And then I basically stopped out right here. I don't know. It doesn't even matter. But if you were long on this, thinking it's a reversal and you could hold it and just step away from the charts, that's an ideal scenario. All right, so we're breaking these highs. Next area I'm watching is up here. Kick sniffer, this is your area as well. Kick sniffer, you got to do you, man. If that's what you're feeling, that's what you got to do. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, and hopefully I can find some better music to put on. Oh, it's bugging? I wonder why. Give me one sec. Everything looks decent on my end. I'm not sure. Give me one sec. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. What's up, Coda? What you doing, bud? Adam, are you here? Can you confirm whether or not the stream is stuttering for you or doing something weird? Okay, copy that. It's good now. All right, cool. We'll just keep letting me know if it does it. 'Cause sometimes it does. It is on my end, but it looks like it's not right now, at least from what I can see. I would really hate if it just fell from the sky from here. You know what I mean? I would hate that. Yo, what's up, Sharp Wolf? What's going on? Nice. You trading? Same. Just trying to catch some good trades. I am actually trading on MNQ, which is the NASDAQ futures. You just watch crypto. Cool. What do you trade? What do you trade for crypto? Selling 2 micros. Okay, copy that, Kick Sniffer. Only thing I see, you know, if this works out, I mean, I hope it works out for you. Let's put it that way. What I didn't see here is I didn't see anything. I didn't see a catalyst here yet. Doesn't mean I'm right, but I didn't see a catalyst here, so that's why I was weary of taking it short. I had somebody actually reach out to me the other day and was asking about, or was trying to inform me about a coin. Let me see if I can find it. And you can tell me whether or not you think it's good or not. Casper and what is it? Casper, the Ghost of Caspa coins, and Nacha the cat on Caspa. That's what he was recommending. He was thinking it was going to like 10x or something. Dude, you crypto guys though, I don't know how to follow all these meme coins and shit. There's just so many of them, and who knows what's gonna be garbage and what's gonna get rug pulled. You know what I mean? Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, I would love to. I mean, I day traded crypto a while back, and I liked it. It was decent. I mainly did the main, top 3, but I'm cool to trade anything as long as it's moving. If something's moving, I'll trade it. I guess the challenge is to know when something is moving that has sustainability versus it's gonna get rug pulled, right? What am I trading on? I'm trading on NinjaTrader. Kick, I hope this works out for you, man. It's looking like we got some heaviness coming in. Yeah, I'm doing futures. Yeah, you know, to be honest, you can lose a lot in anything. If you're a trader, you can lose a lot, period. Futures, equities, options, crypto. Hey, Mars, what's up? 26021. You're talking about like, yeah, down here as a target for sure. Mars was grabbing my butt. What's up, buddy? Yeah. You wanna get down? Yeah, he's a good boy. I like this so far for you, Kick. All this balanced price range coming down to it. We don't have any gaps we're hitting until you get to here. Looks pretty good. Back underneath the 50%, which is good. No, I just trade all day. I used to have a nightclub and restaurant, and that was like, I've been trading full time for like 3 years. On and off trading for like 8 years, but full time for like 3. Oh, you work on professional digital art stuff. Damn, dude. Okay, that's what's up. What kind of digital art stuff? You talking about like you go into streams and sell them like digital artwork for their streams? I get that offer all the time. Mars, what's up? Oh my God, what, dude? Whenever I push my chair back, my cat gets into it and then like, basically like comes and like taps me on the back. Come here, bud. Hey, what's up? What's up, buddy? Hey Mars, you're a good kitty. Do you like to reach and have some groups where I find for sure need you? Everyone says stick with one and your techniques coincide with mine, so it's awesome the amount of info you put out. It's completely changed. I'm glad, man. If you find it helpful, that's what's up. I mean, and I think, yeah, it's probably good to stick with one person just so that you're not having conflicting strategies. Because in my opinion, in trading, you can have, there's so many different ways to be successful in trading. But for one individual person, it's a very, very, narrow path to success. And like I said, you could focus on like doing exponential moving average bounces and be successful. But then you have to develop, your entries, your exits, your trade management, and your psychology around it as well. So I think that you can be successful many ways with trading, but I think that's a narrow path, whichever way you decide to commit to. And if your path is that you want to, be able to take multiple setups in a day, not just be a one and done type of person, it's going to take working on that and having a shit ton of resilience. If you're the type of person that can be okay with like just taking one trade, and if you lose it, you stop, that's a completely different way of looking at, the way you trade. So I'm glad you find it helpful, Kick. If I certainly know all of the challenges you're going to have to go through if you adopt this kind of trading style, where you're willing to take multiple trades a day. It means you got to have a lot of mental fortitude to be able to withstand the losses so that you can make up for it. Basically what it is whether it's every day or every week or every month, you want to have the mindset that like losing a few trades in a row doesn't mean that that's how either your day, your week, your end has to end. And you've got to save enough ammunition to take the good trade that sets up. And if it sets up and you take the good trade, that one good trade will make up for all your losses. And obviously you got to back it up with data. I've backed up my setups with data, and I've backed up my trading with data, and I know what good stats look like on the day, and I know what bad stats look like on the day. And on a day like today, taking multiple losses, it's not easy. And, you got to have a point when you're willing to call it. But if you're able to stick through it, and you're able to, and the market does indeed provide you with a good setup, a lot of times it takes patience to get to flip a day like today, and maybe I don't flip it, and maybe I have to be okay with taking a loss on today, and that's part of the game, and it's a part of the long-term mindset you have to have with this game, is that you're gonna have losing days, and that's okay. What you don't want to do is try and force losing price action with wins like that you're trying to force on the market, because that is impossible. But if you wait, you take your time, you're patient, a setup shows up, then you're able to get out days like today. And I've had plenty of days where, let's say I'm down like 370 per account. I've had plenty of days where I come back and I end up like 1,000 up on each account. And I don't want to expect that, but I know it's possible. So I'm going to practice patience. Hey Mars, you're a good boy. We're starting to look a little weak here. It just doesn't look phenomenal. What it looks to me like is that okay, so when you're on an uptrend, and it's tough to tell because we've started to have some sell-off from all-time highs, but when you're on a real uptrend, every time it looks weak, if you just go long, it works out. And right here, right now, we're on an uptrend, and it's like every time we get weak, it comes back up. So it hasn't broken that pattern yet. You're really hoping to break past 26,132. See what do we got here? Yeah, for sure. And this this move right here is like, I don't look at a ton of like candlestick patterns, but this is one that I definitely pay attention to when you have let's see if I can highlight this. There you go. When you have this long extension candle, these candles, the best they can get out of like an attempt to pull back is still green. So I call this like the windshield wiper setup because it looks like a windshield wiper. You got a long here, and then it moves diagonally up and to the right, and then you have an extension candle up here. This fell short of that extension, but looks like we might have the follow through coming. But the point is that you have green candle, like a doji, but both of these are green, and then an extension following that. So this pattern here, I definitely pay attention to. It sounds like the price is right. I have to play, non-copyright music because I'm streaming. It's kind of the way it goes. I used to not. I used to play whatever music I wanted, and then YouTube basically just said I couldn't do that. Got to be honest, Kick Sniffer. So if you're in this short, you got to do what you got to do, and if you're wanting to hold on to this until it works, we might have a little drawdown coming, and my honest opinion is that we might come back up to this gap. But I don't know. You gotta do you. And as long as you have a model that supports this, taking it short, basically at the 50%, which I think the 50% level is a fantastic level to take trades off of. I just haven't seen the confirmation I want that we are indeed rejecting hard from here. Here was a different story, but all these rejections to me have been like, they haven't followed through with the rejection. It's like, it looks like it's rejecting, and then it comes back up, it retests it, then breaks through. We break through again. So this to me is like very trendy behavior, because each one of these candles, look, it's a higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high. You broke even on it? Okay, good. Well, it gives you a second to reset. But like when you're trying to take a contrarian trade, like a scalp, back into the range, and you continue to have highs broken over and over and over and over, that's like, it's an indication that your idea might not be right, or it might not be right yet. This rejection looks, decent. But we've had no follow through to the downside just yet. This is certainly a key level. Value area high. It's a key level, but we haven't had the reaction I want off of it yet. Beyond like this initial one when I took a short on it and then got stopped out. Oh, damn, dude. Did you reach out? Who are you trading with? Alpha Futures. That's right. I forgot about that. Did you reach out to him? Because they should. If your platform was messed up, they should replace that. So it looks like we have, it seems as though we have some weakness coming into the market right now, but I don't know that I trust it until we hit up here. 26,190-ish. Maybe it's going to, I'll go ahead and mark this out right here, the high of this candle. Also, I'd like to verify it with my volume profile. Let's see. Yeah, we got low volume up here. So around 26,200 is kind of where I'm looking. So this is a low volume node. Yeah, I just didn't get a reset code because it didn't go into drawdown. Yeah, I just I don't know. I would tell them that you want whatever the challenge was. If it was their fault, I would make them reset your balance. So also 1:30 marks the open for the New York PM session. Really essentially the end of lunchtime. So we might anticipate price action, showing some different signatures now, as opposed to over the last 2 hours, basically. Last 2 hours have been grinding up. Now let's see if we have anything different that we can see price action doing. I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at the hourly candles. So, we got a sweep of the previous high of this candle, but that hasn't meant anything yet. We swept that previous candle and we continued going higher. What we're looking for is a potential sign of a reversal, because right now we have bullish price action and nothing indicating that that's changing so far. This hourly candle dipped down, created a wick on the bottom side. Here's the open. We went beyond the open of this candle, took out this high. Now what we want to see are we coming back into the range of this previous candle, or are we building some momentum to stay above it? Sorry, I wasn't centered there. Essentially, I'm talking about this candle here. Came back down above the midpoint of this previous hourly candle. I'm always looking at that 50% range as an indicator of, what the intention is. So we open here, come back down, retrace. Essentially, what that is just a pullback, and then we continue to go higher. So now that we have 130 that hit, we want to see, is there anything different happening with this candle, or does it look the same? And if it looks the same, we sit on our hands. If it looks different, we see if there's an opportunity, and the opportunity, for me at least, is not. I'm not looking to take this long. I'm looking for shorts, and ideally we have a key area that we can reverse off of, and it's either going to be up here around that like 26,200-ish up here. We reverse. Down here is also a level that's still in play that we could reverse from, this value area high. If we see a sharp rejection, candle coming back into the range of this previous hourly candle, we might be looking at a reversal down to here, potentially. GC, let me check it out. All right, MGC had a little movement out of this consolidation, right? Potential initiation. Now, again, like for me on gold, like, because I've been faked out many times with this, I have kind of said to myself, I'm not going to take trades on gold unless I see, a strong trend. And this to me is not a strong trend. This to me is like still a little uncertain. So maybe gold comes up to here, maybe it bounces down, but like these kind of bounce plays, I'm not super keen on taking on gold. Just for me personally. So like I would probably be looking kind of similar to like where we are in, NQ. I'm looking at like, okay, this is a level, and this down here is a level. And maybe if we came up here and broke this level up here, I might be looking for a short. Maybe. Yeah, I don't think so yet. I don't think it's strong enough yet. And let me look at the overall chart here. Overall, we're still in this consolidation range here on gold. Let me look on the daily. Yeah, I mean, clearly you can see, just like NQ, I mean, we've been running for a long time to the upside. So like when we have these big sort of shakeouts, I certainly would look like right now, what I would probably be looking for on the long term is like if I was a swing trader, I would be looking to take this long to go to all-time highs. That's probably what I would be looking for, where I have a super wide stop down here and thinking eventually we're going to start climbing back up. But in the meantime, we're still kind of stuck in this consolidation range right here. And so probably not at least anticipate. And you see how we're decreasing in volume as time goes on here within this consolidation range. This volume probably won't pick up until we break this high or break this low, is kind of what I'm anticipating. And once we do that, then we might have an intraday move that we can take advantage of where it starts moving up aggressively with a lot of volume. Or, if it breaks this low, moving down aggressively with a lot of volume on the downside. But if it's not breaking out of this range, it's kind of like you might just get chopped up. And this, even though we have moved up quite a bit, you put yourself in the position of a long down here like I was earlier, right? I was long here, but price came back on me. It was looking weak, and so I flipped. I was like, this looks like it's going short. Well, it kept going long, but then we have these big retracements back into and against your price. This kind of price action, even though we've been grinding up, it's still tough to like make money on, especially if you're a trader like me because I like to see momentum happen pretty quickly, and I like to be at the bottom of that momentum curve so that you can hold it without a lot of like fear that it's coming back to get your price again. And sometimes, you know, there's certainly a case to be made that, well, you got to be able to withstand these big drawdowns. But for me, this price action is just not like ideal, because I don't want, like, I want explosive moves. And I want price to not even look back at my price. So if you're the type of trader that like you're like a one and done type of trader for the day, you take your long entry down here, you put your stop way down here, and you hold it. Don't even look at it. You don't have your emotions running back and forth on you. Cool. That's not really like, I'm an active trader, you know, like I want to actively be managing my position. So that, you know, these kinds of moves where, yeah, we have some direction, but it's not strong direction. It's just kind of like grindy. Not really my ideal kind of trade. Now, it would be ideal if we come up to this 26,200 and we start just boom, like just selling off huge. That is my type of move. Because those are the kinds of moves where when you do get a pullback, you can add to it with confidence. You can add to your position because it's working. You have momentum on your side, you have your levels on your side, and you have a shift and the cadence of the market, like the rhythm. Right now, the rhythm is very blah, like going up, blah. But if we start shifting that rhythm and it starts looking like this opening candle, now we have a shift in rhythm that we can, you know, start taking advantage of with size. That's my ideal scenario. Yeah, for sure. No problem. Kick. But yeah, with gold, I mean, with anything really, like what we want to be looking for are where are the points, you know, where they're highly contested and we have a clear winner coming out of it. This point is clearly highly contested, but we don't have a clear winner coming out of it yet. We're selling off to the bottom of this range here. This could be the beginning of a short. This big sell could be a potential catalyst. You know, this is the biggest sell order out of the whole day. If you look at all these different bubbles, this is the biggest sell order right here. Now let me switch to NQ, because NQ is really, this is like, MNQ is a derivative of NQ. So really, if we want to get to the root of, you know, the big orders, we want to be looking at NQ. So right here, and we haven't, this is not as significant, right? So like for us to start reversing, I want to see something significant happening. And that's kind of my filter. You got to have filters, or else you take trades on what feels good. And trust me, I'm a fan of you know, trading with your intuition when it makes sense. When everything else is aligning, sometimes like the trading experience that you have will allow you to take trades that other traders won't take, and that can be your edge. But it's tough to justify that if you're looking at just you know, evidence-based testing and profit. You've got to have a system that you follow that keeps you out of trades. And one of my systems is making sure that I'm in the proper area. So this is a proper area, but I want to see a catalyst. Is there a catalyst here? Well, we had 11:30 happen, which time can be a catalyst, but order flow is my biggest catalyst. And this, unfortunately, I didn't see anything. Well, on MNQ, we did see a rejection. So maybe in MNQ showed that. NQ did not show it. It wasn't a super strong rejection, but it could be. And unfortunately, like, it wasn't strong enough for me to take an entry. And this might be, you know, the initiation of the short move. Timing lined up, the price level lined up okay. This order flow, I mean, this is a significant order. So I don't know, maybe I missed it. We did flip on Delta. let's see how we do here within this gap. Are we rejecting from here, or is it still looking bearish? What I want to see, like, if I'm going to start going short on this, because I've been burned on it many times, I don't want to be fearful, but I want to require more of it. You know, so here we're getting rejected. Are we going back up, or is there a point in this candle where I can see it comes back up and it like clearly gets rejected? And the best way to do that, to be honest, is like if you're looking at delta candles. And so let me pull that up. Yo, copy that, Adam. Chicken bite sounds good. Making some chicken bites, no more trays for me today. NQ 5 minutes, what do you mean, kick? Time frame. Okay, yeah, I'll switch it. Let's check it out. Yeah, we inverted. So it looks, I mean, it looks okay. It looks okay for short right now. Might be able to, you know, might be able to take this. We got VWAP right here, 15 points of profit in it to VWAP. And VWAP is pretty much right where you might anticipate it reversing to go back up. If this is indeed just a pullback, this big order is probably the best evidence we have that there's a rejection up here. Otherwise, we've been grinding up and hitting it and hitting it and hitting it like we want to break out of it. But here we go. We're getting a pullback. I might take a short. I'm going to see how this candle looks. We did flip on Delta, but this flipping has not been effective today at being able to anticipate what's going to happen next. A lot of times, if you have this, it happens at select times. What do we have in our favor right now? We rejected off of this level, which is a key level I was watching. Our timing, you know, happened after lunch. That is, you know, potential catalyst. We've been grinding without a ton of explosive moves to the upside. That could be a potential catalyst. We are now below the 50% Fibonacci. That's evidence. So I don't know. I might be interested in taking a short. I don't know if we'll make it back up to this gap. If it does continue going short, this might be the high that it stops at. It's tough though, because this kind of price action, especially when you're going against this short-term trend, if you look at the past, anytime you try and go short on this, it comes back on you. It comes back on you. Here you go short, it comes back on you. So I would prefer getting a better price if I'm trying to go short instead of taking it at the low of this like consolidation it just broke through. So here, let me, like if you look at this as a consolidation range, we did break the top of it. And then we did break the bottom of it. And I kind of hate taking it at the bottom of this consolidation range, but we might not get back up here. That kick, that's what I'm trying to decide right now, because every time if you take this trade previously in the past, you get stopped out. But now this might be the one time when it's the anomaly and it continues going, and you could take an entry at the low here and you won't get stopped out, but you're going against the odds. So I'm gonna wait. And if we get a retest up here, 26,150, maybe I'll take a short entry. And if you look at this volume, right? I know you can barely see it. Hang on, let me pull it over just a little bit. Over here. Again, so like if we're waiting for this retest back up here at this fair value gap, this is not necessarily a low volume node. It's lower, but it's not a low volume node. So this area is not as significant as it would be. Now, kick, you might be, trying to hop in here. And I would say, like, if you want to get in this trade, get in it. This to me is a small confirmation that we might be moving lower. The fact that we retraced and continued going lower. This is showing weakness. We got 3 red candles in a row. We broke the low of this consolidation range. But, I'm trying to manage the state of my drawdown, not only mental capital, but my capital today, and I'm requiring more. And chasing price hasn't worked for me today. So I'm gonna try and be a little bit more patient on this. And if it stands out to me, I'll take it. This like in hindsight, this like when I saw that happen, I should have been more keyed into what was happening after that, because we did fall from there. But this happened pretty quickly. It's looking weak. We're now negative 2,600. How much do you size? I think you need to determine that. When I'm taking trades that are kind of low here, I try and size down. Like if I was taking it up here, I'd feel a lot more comfortable sizing up. Rather than at the low of this range, because if this comes all the way back up, now you're losing a trade with 3 micros, not 1. But I think you gotta make that decision. So right now, here's what we should be looking at. And if you're gonna get in the trade, dude, you gotta do you. And if you see it, you see it. To me, this is looking weak. All this is looking weak. And we haven't had anything to argue with that yet. We are running into this first level, though, this VWAP level. So watch this level. If you're in this trade, watch this level. Watch for a bounce, potential bounce. And if I was in this trade, I want to see all these candles continue to do what they're doing, which is when they pull back, they get rejected lower than the high of the previous candle. So here we're on VWAP. I was 26,132. Okay, nice, man. I'm kind of interested in taking a shot at a bounce here. Not intentionally trying to fade you or anything, but if this ends up going long, this is my, this is VWAP right here is my key level, and this would be the area it would reverse from. I think you'll still have an opportunity to get some profit out of this. I mean, you've already got, 15 points of profit in it? So you went through VWAP, their kick, and this might be one you can hold, and maybe it takes out the lows of the day. But considering the way it's been acting, I would probably at least consider taking some profit off the table. Okay, copy that. This is the weakest it's looked in the whole run up that we've done. And, when we are on an uptrend, those are the entries that I like to try and get, like when it looks the weakest. But, I hope we can both win on this. And if we are moving up, I would probably be looking to take profit up here. It's looking nice and short, though. I mean, look at this volume here. We're getting some pumps, but, that might have been just a retest of VWAP to continue going lower. Looks like this could, it's looking a little dumpy, let's put it that way. So if you can hold this and you get this low a day push, hell yeah. I will not be upset about getting stopped out of this trade if you get that win, dude. Looks like we're having some trouble. I would not be surprised if we dump. Like that push up right there and rejection at VWAP. Looked like some confirmation. So just like I'm doing, that's what I would be doing if I were you. Even if you got your break even in for practice, it's what do you want to see out of this price action? What do you want to see out of this candle right here? What I want to see is I want to see it push above VWAP and hold above VWAP. What you want to see is the opposite of that. And to me, I don't know if I want to hold this to all the way up here, because once as I'm analyzing what's happening with price, I might decide that this isn't something I want to hold, and maybe this candle right here is just a pullback, to continue going short in your direction. Maybe I just want to break even on this, or whatever. But the more information you're gathering, the more it's going to help you manage your position. I don't think I can stream on TikTok until I have like 1,000 followers or something, and I think I have 0 followers on TikTok. I've posted like 3 videos or something like that. Oh, you did? Oh, nice, man. What did you stream? Like games or what? So to me, we're still looking a little weak. You know, like, yeah, we had this pullback here, but to me, this is still within the realm of like retesting this VWAP level. Racing simulator stuff? Oh, badass, man. I want to get a racing simulator. What did you play it on? Like what games, I mean? You short Solana with 38K? Holy shit, pork and lamb. That's a big boy move right there. And again, like I'm in this trade right here and it's not working out the way I wanted it to. Like I wanted it to bounce pretty quickly. So I'm considering just getting out break even here. Because again, do I want to be stuck in a trade where we're moving like this? Not really. Nice work, pork and lamb. Holy shit. That's a nice trade. And oh, sick, dude. Dude, sim rigs look so much fun to me. I've never messed around with one, but like, I want to have 2 of them here so that my friends can come over and I can race them. Did you have like screens, or did you have like VR, or how did you set up the screens? Like triple screen surrounding you? I think I'm willing to just put a break even on this. I'm cool if it hits me, and right here. But really what I was hoping for out of this trade was like an immediate push up and sustaining. It's looking more like evidence for short, man. What state am I in? I'm in Colorado. That's what I was thinking. VR would be hands down the best and simpler because you don't have to set up 3 screens. You just set up the VR headset. And I long Jelly coin using a 100K and of about 170 in a day, no leverage. Damn, pork and lamb, nice moves, bro. Those are big boy moves. Quality is dumb good. Yeah, for sure. What kind of headset do you have? I hope this dumps, man. I really hope this dumps. Jelly coin. I mean, I was talking about this earlier. You crypto guys have so many different coins to keep up with. But when you get one that's moving with volatility and it's got momentum and stuff, man, you can have some huge gainers. It's like small cap stocks. What's your X account, pork and lamb? And kicks never. You see what I'm talking about with the way this is moving. Like we're still in this range here, And it's still like not giving us decisive moves. Still moving like a slug, even though like you got a decent move right here. It kind of just moved, you know, it's not moving with a bunch of intention. And that's kind of what I'm talking about when you're trading inside a range like this. You gotta be careful with it. Andrew William. Cool, man. I'll check it out. Andrew William. Okay, let me check it out. There you go. Cool. I'm gonna follow you. Jelly. Do you just have a screener that's looking for high volatility in these coins? Whew. That's quite the move. Basically a 3x. We're short on Delta, short on everything. We just haven't had a lot of follow through here. Considering a short here. Maybe just like 1 micro. Use the TradingView screener. Oh, copy that. TradingView has access, or like gives you access to all the different super small coins. I'm just not a fan of how this is moving. I'm gotta be honest. I really hope this dumps for you. You get a nice win on it. But I don't love how it's moving right now. Yeah, let me it's so tough for me to give thoughts on like those kind of moves because they're like violent. And trust me, I love violent moves. Because I used to trade, small cap stocks. Let me see. Okay. And it's tough to see because I can't see past what you have screenshot here on the chart. Okay, I guess it's a higher time frame, so it's probably, let's see, what time frame is that? Okay, so you're probably looking at, what, daily? Yep, I mean, I like the trade, to be honest with you. You had a consolidation here and then an initiation move out of here. So if you're assuming this is where all the smart money is on this candle, I would be making the assumption that this low is not going to be taken. And you took it basically at the open of this candle, or rejection at the open of this candle. I mean, yeah, without understanding the fundamentals of jelly, I think it looks like a hell of a risk to reward trade, You got a 3-candle sweep. You sweep this low, small wick, big body candle coming out of this. I mean, it looks good. Looks good to me, man. And I think probably the key to this trade is that this was the initiation move out of it. So you're anticipating that this low is not taken, as opposed to these lows being targeted. I think that's a super small, minute detail that makes the logic of that trade make sense, at least in my mind. Looking good for you, Kick. Let's go. Yeah, you had 32 as an entry. I like the entry for sure. I wish I had taken this entry here. I mean, I guess I did. I just got stopped out, right? But that's okay. No FOMO. I'm happy for your entry here. Hopefully you can hold this shit. Let's go. Yeah, that's all good. That's kind of the risk you take when you're trying to take break-even trades and not having a big wide stop. Sometimes you need to have that big wide stop with the lowest size possible to catch the move, and then you can add on the way. But you stuck with the idea, which is really good. You got stopped out twice, stuck with the idea. You didn't let that shake you out, which I think is a key differentiator. It's different from being too stubborn to not let a bad trade go, because this ended up being a good trade and you stuck with the idea. And it wasn't that you were just too stubborn. You were objectively looking at it, set up, and, it ended up working. So that's great. Yeah, hell yeah. So now if I'm you, I'm looking at this 26-100 level as a potential speed bump or problem. So 26-100 could be a potential take profit. This point of control could be a take profit. This value area low could be take profit. I would say this would probably be a good place to at least take some off, 26.78, and then hold the rest and trail your stop. You do you, but that's kind of the way I would be thinking about it. Okay, cool. Nice. Check out the higher time frame. Go to 60 minute. See if I see anything. $60 minutes looking bearish now. So now I want to see, like, okay, so after this happened, on the higher time frame, those like wick outs didn't happen here, but we're now very healthily under the 0 line on Delta. I mean, let's look at this. What up here? That was a large sell order. That really should have been my catalyst to get in. But hindsight and, getting shaken out of this trade twice up here didn't help. Let's see. What do we got? 160 to, we got 70 points. Pretty decent trade so far. Pretty decent trade. Not the biggest fan still of kind of the way red folder at 3 p.m. Copy that. I must have missed this. Let me check it out. $223. I don't think I have that. Yeah, I'm not seeing that on my thing right here. Just quit it. See, Monday, November 3rd. Got guess we got this that happened at 1:30. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything else until tomorrow. So right now, the way the way I'm looking at it is like higher time frame. This looks like a rejection and a reversal. This looks like a continuation candle. Now, is there any way for me to catch this on the lower time frame? I don't know. It might just go without me. And hopefully, you can just Kick. You could just take a screenshot and send it in Discord. Yeah, this looks like pretty good. The entry you got is kind of where it's at. And if this is going to start melting, I would just not even anticipating it retesting back up here. I don't even see a good level to take it from if it retests up here. Potentially this, like 107 or something like that, but I don't know. I might have to let this one go. I gotta add you? Okay, give me one sec. I use 4 monitors. I got one kind of down here, one up here, a vertical one here, and a vertical one here. I'm gonna add you on my phone, Discord. I don't see an invite. Kick, that's all right. Let's not worry about it until later. You got a trade advantage and whatever. No big deal. I'll just trust that. You can't type anywhere. You got to go to the welcome, like the new users or whatever it is, and then you got to like that emoji. So go to get started and then like that Carlbot turtle, like that message, and then you'll be a member. Okay, cool. The Treasury QRA estimates. Is that what you're looking at? Copy that. Yeah, I didn't see that. Interesting. Okay, cool. Well, let's be watching out for it in 30 minutes. Who's my favorite trader? I don't know that I have a favorite trader. I really like Tom Hugard. I like that guy. He's got a book called Best Loser Wins, I believe. Well, actually, I take it back. One of my favorite traders right now is a guy named, what is it? Let me see. He's a scalper. And let's see. Fabio Valentini. He's an Italian guy. And he is a scalper. So he scalps NQ. And he uses order flow. I like that guy. Fabio Valentini. Yeah. I like his trading style. Ugh. This price action is still kind of frustrating to watch. I'll have to check that guy out. $20K for a seat for what? Trading floor. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Do they have a private trading group or something like that? Yeah, they have in Dubai near your apartment. Oh, no shit. Okay. 20K, that's steep. None of this looks wonderful right now. I mean, I love that we got we got Kick Sniffer in this nice short. But as it relates to like analyzing what's going on right now, it looks like we're grinding down. But these frequent retraces right now are kind of has me on edge a little bit. But you're in it. You got a nice price here, and now it's just about managing it. You took some profit, put some in your pocket. That's great. Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah, I don't know if I would want to take that. I mean, I think it would be a huge opportunity to be able to trade with those guys on a regular basis. But I think we're all probably a little hesitant to pay money to trade with people, 20K per month. There's just no way. But like if you're somebody that's independently wealthy and you're trying to get into trading, that's honestly probably the best thing you could do. Hoping this news makes it dump. Yeah. Just make sure you have, well, I mean, you got your stop in place and everything. So it's like the worst it can do is whatever a market, stop can do, if you get slippage. But, yeah, I'm hoping it does too. Sometimes I'm in a position like this and I'm just watching, like whenever this happened, right? We had these 2 consecutive moves that happened, and unfortunately I wasn't here for this move. And when I was here for this move, I was distracted, so I didn't take it. So after that move, and I was like, man, sometimes after that happens, we're entering the time frame where this is bad price action for a while. Sometimes you don't get a good, super solid move until the last 10 minutes of the day. And even that last 10 minutes of the day it can be tough to trade and it's tough for it to be predictable. You're going to go to the Amsterdam exchange. They only charge 5K monthly. What do you get out of being off of trading with the Amsterdam exchange? Do you ever trade the Tokyo Open? I do. Occasionally, but here's the thing: is that trading after hours is my weakness. There's so many times when I have such a great day during the New York session, and I overtrade during the Asia session because it moves very differently. And maybe I catch a good move, and then I overtrade it to death, and then I go and draw down, and then I try and fix the drawdown. It's just a kind of a recognized weakness of mine that I do that. And it has to do with the way price moves and me thinking I'm going to get the best of it when it's kind of a different ball game for me, at least. So I try to limit it.
Yeah, I figured the 20K seat was like an entry fee or something like that, not monthly. Monthly just doesn't even, that's kind of insane. You trade better after hours? I know some people that do really well after hours, and it's definitely not me. Sometimes I'll get a couple of good trades, but in general, I try to limit my trades after hours. Because otherwise, like, I'm the type of person that, like, I could trade 24/7 or 23/7, you know what I mean? Like, I have the kind of ambition to do that. And if I trade all day, then try and trade all night, eventually it catches up with you and you get your beat. And what I find is that because price action, I mean, here lately, price has been moving pretty decently overnight, which is not, I would say, happens less than often that it moves like really well. So here lately, I think there have been some good opportunities, but I know myself, and I know that I do better when I limit my trades after hours. So maybe like taking one trade after hours is cool, but if I like, let's say two trades in a row, like after hours that I lose, it starts frustrating me, especially considering like I usually do well during the day. And then at night, if I start like chipping into that mentally, it starts like messing with my brain. And it's something I've identified as a potential trigger for tilt. And that's what it's about. Like, everybody's going to tilt, with different things. There are some similarities, between how people get triggered when they tilt, but individually, there are different things that'll make you tilt. Like, for instance, one unique one is like let's say you have a girlfriend and your girlfriend walks in and interrupts you right as the market opens. And right as the market opens, you find a good opportunity, or in hindsight, you see that good opportunity, and it frustrates you that you couldn't get in that. That could cause you to go on tilt. And that's something I've personally identified as something that can tilt me. And that's why when I've asked my girlfriend if she's going to come in when I'm trading to like just stand there, and if I notice her, I'll talk to her, and that's fine. But if she like interrupts me or tries to talk to me while I'm trading, it could potentially tilt me. So I asked her not to do that. Not because I want to be rude or something, but just because like, it's important that I prevent, these things from happening, because those are the start of a potential downward spiral that could lose me a lot of money. So part of becoming a good trader is identifying what those things are and preventing them from happening before they start, or recognizing them when they do start, so that you can stop the progression of tilt. And so going back to trading after hours, I've recognized that trading after hours can cause some severe damage to my P&L based on experience. And so it's kind of one of those things that I have to kind of accept. We're looking pretty good on this. I love that. Yeah, let me check that out. I'll check it out after stream. That's what you want to do. I mean, you want to study your winners and your losers. This is looking nice and heavy. I love that. Coming down to this value area low here. Unfortunately, today's
quite a bit of watching for me, but if I see something, I'll take it. Otherwise, I'm happy to observe. I actually like this for taking a stab at it short. That doesn't, at least yet, look like a reversal. It looks like a kind of just quick micro pullback, intra-candle micro pullback. So I like these kinds of setups for scalps. Now, especially after big moves, I tend to be a little careful with these, especially adding on to them, because they can really take you by surprise if they start breaking some of these levels up here, where you're like, no way is this reversing that hard. And it's like, they can definitely do that. Like it breaking the high of this candle, going above 26,100 is going to be where I start to think, okay, maybe this is not just a typical pullback. Maybe this is actually bouncing from down here. 26,100. Let's see. That's a hell of a bounce, though. Look at that. I mean, what? Almost 50 points? No. Sorry, almost 40 points. $26,100, kind of flirting with that level. I'll go ahead and put my stop up here. Was definitely thinking that, with this kind of pullback, intra-candle pullback, I was, hoping that this was not going to play around up here. Really kind of start moving back down quickly. It's not doing that, though. Kind of acting like it wants to pop this level, maybe go to VWAP or something like that. Unfortunately, this price action has been a little bit tough on me. My initial thought was we were going to reprice basically right at the breakout level to the breakout level and then kind of immediately start moving back down. But to me, this is kind of looking like I don't know if this is going to bounce for good and start reversing, but it's not looking great for a continuation so far because we're still hovering up here.
No serious change in delta yet, which is good for short, but I don't know. Let's see. See what happens. Came down to the bottom of this consolidation. Looks like it might be not ready yet. I like when we have moves like this, right? Even though this was against the short trend, I like when we have immediate moves like this, because that means it has the potential to scare people in the market. And if you have the potential to scare people, you have the potential to put people in pain. And anybody that was taking this breakout short, they're in pain right now, right? And same thing with me. But it creates an opportunity for price to move quickly. Now you got people that are potentially buying this as a reversal. And so when these people that are buying this fall out, and if this ends up selling off, we could get a quick sell-off back down to this price. Unfortunately, it's looking like this could take me out, and this could be reversing. And here I am again, kind of at the outside, the extreme of the ranges, taking a trade, and it kind of bouncing from that area, unfortunately. So yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this is looking like it has something it wants to hit up here. I don't know what, maybe VWAP, or potentially go all the way back up here, but that's what it's looking like right now. Kind of wacky. Man, I'm not able to catch one good trade, and again, remember, that's one of my triggers. Like if for whatever reason price is moving in a way that doesn't allow me to like win trades, that's one of my triggers for like, okay, well, today might not be my day, and that's okay. But I have to be careful in these kind of market conditions, because it means that for whatever reason, my timing is off, my ideas are wrong, but this has clearly been not great price action, at least for the way I trade. And, I got to take that into consideration when I'm taking trades on this shit. I'll probably take like maybe one more trade today and win or lose. Because things aren't, if like price is moving in a way that makes it almost impossible for me to anticipate what's happening, it means it's going to be a rough day for me. Yeah, I see you, Pork and Lamb. Go to Max AO profile on X and see how good Amsterdam Exchange looks. I'll check that out. Now it looks like we're consolidating here. I don't know what's going to happen, though. Yeah, don't force trades. Yeah, I'm not trying to force trades for sure. I'm only taking the setups that I like, and unfortunately, the setups I like aren't working. I'm not forcing anything. All right, one more off of this VWAP and this potential order block right here. Essentially same trade idea, just a little bit higher of a price for a continuation of the downside. I think if this works, we could fall pretty quickly if this isn't indeed a full-on reversal. And this would be the area right here that I would be watching for that reversal. Yo, thanks, Adam. I'm still sticking with it. Not frustrated to the point of not giving this a shot. This price action hasn't been great, but let's see. We might get an opportunity here to fall down to the bottom of this range quickly. Got an ad right here. Looking for this to wick out up top. Beyond this level, I think the challenge I have is that there's not a lot up here that's letting me place my risk off of. So probably the top of this candle here, 26,129. And if I miss this one, you know, it might just be one of those days I just got to call it because it's not my day, and that's okay. Mondays, you know, when I look at my stats, Mondays are my worst day of performance, unfortunately. So I was trying to keep that in the back of my head. I don't want to ruin my week on one Monday, you know? So my comeback tends to happen on like Wednesday. Still negative on Delta. Not seeing anything significant just yet. But, the way we've been moving today, this could be another. Think about what's been happening. Grind up, grind up, grind up, fall. This could be another just fall out of the price range and then continue grinding up. It could be that. So I have that in the back of my mind. But this being the single just rejection point was seemingly improbable to me. That this was the only revisit to these prices we were going to get. I could be entirely wrong, and that is it, and then it rejected, but it just didn't seem like that was that significant of a move to just stop on a dime on. So the thought process is we're going to retest this low. Not allowing for any pullback here. So we got that going against us. This could just pop pretty aggressively up to this area is what it looks like. Not giving anything easy out today, that's for sure. Except for these two. That buying looks aggressive, but is it? When I'm watching price like this, what I really don't like is that, okay, I don't know where this wants to go, but the fact that it didn't fall from this area is concerning to me. And when things aren't playing out the way that you anticipate them playing out with the trade that you're taking, that's when you can get, these surprise, like real big bursts of momentum. Because it's not done up here for whatever reason, right? Maybe they're accumulating here. Maybe it wants to come up here. But it's not done. And that is always concerning because you don't know what the move out of this is. It might be like this, right? And then it comes back down. Here, it was like happening, right? Where we didn't know what was going to happen, but business wasn't finished up here. So what ended up happening was it spikes up. Here, comes back down, spikes up again. So 3 spikes, and then it starts following down here. We just don't know what's going to happen here. All we know is that it didn't fall yet, and the way it was acting was it wasn't done yet. Not done up here. Because it doesn't want to run. It's not going to run away from this price until it's packed its bags. When I say packs its bags, I mean it doesn't either get rid of the position it's in or add to the position it wants. Now, obviously, this price moving down like this, we want to be watching. Does it bounce all the way back up to here? And if it does, it's still signaling that it's not done yet. But if we can start kind of stair-stepping down, I'm going to feel a lot better about this trade not wanting to bounce all the way up here. That 3 p.m. hit new
red folder news hit, and we haven't had anything significant happen yet. Now we got power hour happening. So I'm going to be watching the basically 15-minute increments, 315, 330, 345. 350 is really kind of the big one where you can have some really crazy stuff happening at 350. So like when we hover around here, typically I don't like it because hovering is like a sign of indecision. Like obviously we got a bunch of dojis here, we're just hovering. And to get out of this kind of indecision, typically it takes a move, like a strong catalyst and a move, a lot of volume to break out of this. And in consolidations, typically what you want to look for is like when you have an attempt in one direction and that direction gets denied. But sometimes that directional move could be like a huge move like this. And let's say it gets rejected up here. Well, now I'm stopped out. And unfortunately, it's probably just not going to work out, at least for my trade. So when it's hovering around, basically what I'm anticipating is that there's going to be some sort of directional catalyst that, invalidates whatever direction it's going in to then move in the opposite direction. So we got a consolidation here, and we might anticipate a false break this way, and then a move this way, or on the opposite end of the spectrum, maybe a move that falls out of this consolidation, and then it gets denied here to then send price up. So either way, you got to be careful when you're stuck in these consolidations and it's not moving immediately, because it means that there's going to be a powerful move that might not be the actual directional move, but it might be the invalidation for that move. I hope that makes sense. I know it kind of sounds a little bit confusing, but basically trading in the middle of a consolidation like this is not ideal. And it wasn't ideal here when I was in this. I would rather be choosing an entry that where price is ready to move immediately away from that price. So right here, we got a low here, a lower low here, a lower low here. We might anticipate that, you can look at it a couple different ways. One way is that, you're making lower lows because you have enough selling pressure to break through this gap. The other, assumption you might be able to make is you're able to make lower lows because price is being pushed to lower lows so that whoever is, controlling price, whether it's big banks or market makers, they want lower price so they can get a lower price to push it long. Right now, at least, if I was trusting price action, this looks more like it's got enough selling pressure to push this lower than it does pushing it to the bottom of this gap to accumulate to go longer. This looks weak. But it's been a really tough read today, so taking it with a grain of salt. That being said, one of the things I would certainly do right now is, because we pushed lower now, I don't want to see this back at my price, right? Because if it comes back to my price, it means that this was the manipulation leg to then take prices higher. Yeah, you're talking about an inverted head and shoulders, like an inverse head and shoulders on a super small 5-minute time frame here to potentially push price up. Yeah, I see that. So now that we're pushing up, again, now that we've gone to these lower prices, explored these, if we are going to bounce from this price, it coming back up to my price is more than likely an invalidation for this trade. So the point being, I'll put a break even here. So if it comes back up to my price, I'll break even on it. And unfortunately, it'll be just another break even trade for today. But since we've explored these prices all the way down to the bottom of this gap, like I want to see it continue through here instead of finding support. So yeah, Kick, let's talk a little bit more about this Head and Shoulders you're referring to here. It certainly could be, but we're doing the Head and Shoulders in a much larger, more significant pattern here. And so I would give the overall price action of today plus yesterday and higher time frame significance more emphasis than I would this pattern that's forming within, you know, a higher time frame pattern. So here, breaking this low, you know, could be, and we're at 26,100, could be smart to take some profit for my position. $26,100. Clearly a key level here. So maybe I pulled two off here. Because it's been tough for me to capture any profit, period, you know? And let's see how we react here. If we're going to aggressively push through, maybe I leave it, but yeah, it might just be I pull some profit. Because again, within the context of today, it's been difficult for me to put anything in my pocket. So before it's too late, I'm going to go ahead and pull that off, redo my stop. I'll go break even. Actually, probably right where I had it. Actually, probably right here, right below VWAP. So if it's coming to test VWAP, I'll at least, you know, not have it break all the way even on me. I'll take a little bit of profit. No, it's still looking heavy. But right here, you know, at this value area low, we bounced pretty hard from it. And, you know, there are a couple things that go through my mind. What's the reason for it? Well, this is true strength down here in support. Or before we go and take anything further on the low side, they wanted to load up here at VWAP, load up to take it short. And you got to think about it this way, and I talk about this quite a bit. If you're, you know, an institutional investor, if you're a hedge fund, if you're a market maker, let's say banks and hedge funds in particular, they have to load and unload shares in a very different way than retail traders because they're getting rid of large amounts of contracts. So in the case that they have the directive of pushing price lower, and I'm not saying that's the case with this, but if they do, they want to have the best price possible before it drops. Which, you know, a lot of times you'll see before you break out, that just stopped me out with like a phantom wick, unfortunately. But in any case, you know, like before a breakout, you might have a deep pullback that happens in milliseconds. And in that pullback, they will have limit orders right here waiting for it to pull back to. Boom. Then after that is hit, then price can proceed to take these lows. But that's why whenever I was looking at this price and it was hesitating, I was thinking, you know, that makes me a little bit weary because it looks like it has a higher objective. Well, that higher objective could mean that it wicks back up here to catch more contracts short before it dumps. Because again, the amount of trades or the amount of contracts these large institutions need to have are a ton because they require their traders of that. And so when you require that many contracts to be in a trade, you can't just sell from here or else it dumps the price. And then you're getting worse and worse prices as it's dumping. They want it to be on an upswing so they can accumulate their position. In any case, that's kind of my line of thinking when I'm looking at potential breakouts and pullbacks. Is I'm trying to find out, is this the point where they're at the turning point? And I'm sure that's where most traders are looking for. When is the turning point where it's not going to come back to this price? That's the ideal position to be in. Looking bearish again. Like that little phantom wick that took me out, again, might have been the manipulation move before the continuation move. And that's the risk you take with a break-even stop. All right, so 315 just hit. Nothing major. Usually you'll see, like when 315, 330, at one of those points, 330, 345, or 350, you'll see something major shift in the way that the price is moving. 1,000% you'll see it at 350. Always. And that's because you have end of day repositioning happening, options being closed out, so on and so forth. But 350, you'll notice a significant shift in the way the price is moving. Also, another just kind of mindset that's helpful for me is this a defensive day or an offensive day? Today, for sure, is a defensive day for me, which means like I've got to tone down my aggressiveness and the entries I'm willing to take and be more selective because I need to protect, because this price action is not conducive to success with my setups. Every once in a while, you'll see one like this or like this. Every once in a while, you'll see one, but you got to be very selective with it. And so just having that sort of binary understanding of what kind of day is today for me, defensive or offensive, can help you succeed in the areas that help you succeed and succeed in the areas that might be more emphasized for you to fail. Meaning that like if today is like price action is wacky, like I don't need to press the gas hard. I need to press on the brakes. And if price action is more like this, like it was during the morning, I need to step on the gas. This is kind of to me looking like it might be gearing up to go long. We've got these wicks here, this wick here, these wicks on the downside here. Looking like it might be pushing up, but I don't know, you know, tricky price action. And if I were able to call it correctly, I'd be making money today. Let's see if we can get a significant shift here in about 10 minutes. So 3:30. Let's see if we get any sort of directional shift. We should start, you know, doing a little something as people reposition for the end of the day. But we don't know if it's going to be significant. Right now, we're kind of at the lower end of the middle of the range for today. Not special. We are sitting at the point of control for the day. Not special. You know, a rebalancing to this area toward the end of the day is kind of expected. And we're sitting right there, so we have not a lot of like potential energy unless some people come in and start initiating some shit away from this, right? But the point of control tends to be kind of a magnet. And then if there's an initiation outside of it, then it can be a repellent. Like, you know, in this area here, where it bounced off of it. But right now we kind of just slowly sunk back to it. Now we're settling in. Tell you what, it is a temptation, you know, a very real temptation to have when you have days like today to like, fuck it, I'm going to size up, you know, trying to hit a trade at the end of the day. And I've done that many, many times where it hasn't worked out. I've had a few times where it does work out, but for the most part, it's a very, very real temptation that you have to resist. Because again, you got to think about your trading journey and your trading P&L as not just on this day I do this, on next day I do this, on this day I do this. It's a continuous P&L curve, you know, and if it's a continuous P&L curve, you know that P&L curve is going to come with some drawdown and it's going to come with some expansion moves. And if you try to force your expansion moves when you're in drawdown, it will cause you to lose more than is necessary for your trading journey. And I've been there many times, and that sort of behavior is exactly the kind of behavior that prevents people from being profitable. So you got to identify it. So when I'm sitting here kind of talking to you guys, it's me thinking out loud. These are the things I've got to verbalize because I know it has been a problem with me in the past. And sometimes just talking through it helps your brain stay to the more logical side of your trading versus the fight or flight emotional side of trading, which is just never a good thing. It's not a good thing because when you're in fight or flight mode, you start losing the logical functioning part of your brain because you're in survival mode. And even though this is not a death or survive type of situation, your brain doesn't know the difference. Once you start injecting essentially like your these, you know, chemicals into your body. Well, like, you know, for instance, adrenaline and cortisol. Like when adrenaline starts entering your body, it starts taking over your motor function to increase your strength, increase your chances of survival. But we don't need that sort of rage when we're trading. It's actually just counterproductive. Okay, so this candle is the first, you know, candle out of all of this that is starting to at least look, you know, directionally weak. But you can see here, not all this is still ugly. And here is you're looking at your price and kick. You got, you know, hopefully you still have your positioning up top. You can see where, like, you know, your positioning, like where you get in and where you put your stop is very important. And it's all, you know, dependent on how the market's moving. But in these scenarios, when I'm getting stopped out break even, like on these, had I had a deeper stop and I was willing to risk more, I could have caught more of the move. And here, like, if this starts moving short, had I not like had a break even or break essentially trailing stop and profit, I could still be holding this trade. But then there are times over here when I was taking a trade and having a looser stop. I mean, just depending on where the stop is placed, would have been not, you know, would have been disadvantageous for me. So it's something you got to analyze. And so like when I point that out, it's me being observant. Observing, is the way I'm trading today helping or hurting? And is there anything you can do about it? Because price action not being ideal for your setups, you know, is something that you can't control. What you can control is how you respond to it. And so what I'm always trying to figure out is there a better way to trade this kind of price action, or is it best just to not even take stabs at it? But there are some times where break-even stops are good, and sometimes they're not so good. But break-even stops, when you get, you know, break-even versus, you know, getting taken out for your full stop loss, a lot of the times it's, for me at least, it's good when you have price action like this, because it prevents multiple heavy losses. And this is, you know, this right here, what it's doing is, you know, kind of like this. We got like a 20-point range, 20 to 30-point range. We're just going back and forth. Not a lot of direction. Let's check out GC. Yeah, so had we had a alert on this, like here, down here, when it hit this at like 1140, that would be a bounce trade I might consider. This would potentially be a bounce trade I might consider. Yep, exactly, kick sniffer. But you know, taking these kind of bounce trades, I'm a lot more inclined to take bounce trades on NQ than I am gold. Again, like I like to take the directional moves on gold and then hold them. But yeah, this would certainly be a nice potential setup here at 4,007. A bounce off of there. Oh, you're looking for the bounce to the downside. Copy that. Yeah. So we were talking about if it hits this gap right here, we might potentially want to go short on it. We got the point of control up here at 40.28. Yeah, you know, it's just now kind of tapping into that gap. Could be a potential short move. Might be a potential short move there. But again, like when it's ranging like that, that's gold typically isn't the, you know, the one I want to trade. Yeah, we got 3:30 coming up. Let's see how we react at 3:30. But yeah, we're in the middle of the range of the day, coming toward the close of the day, so we don't really have a lot of imbalance. You know, we got the point of control right here. We're kind of in balance with the price range. You know, if we were way down here, we might anticipate a bounce happening at 330 or 350. If we were way up here, we might anticipate a sell-off, but we're right here, right in the middle of the range here, and it's balanced. 330 just hit. So we got some orders coming through. Nothing extremely significant. So I bet this just bounces back and forth until 350 happens. And then once 350 happens, maybe we have a bounce out to like a let's say down to this range. And then we come back up to balance right here. Or maybe we push up and then we come back down to balance. But I'm not really anticipating any huge moves. Let's see what, you know, if gold's going to react off of that level. All right, so we see gold is digging into this gap here, going up to the point of control. Let's see, where are we here? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this looks good enough to take a short on right now. It's got some momentum coming up here. It might even reach up to this gap potentially. But I don't know. I don't have a shit ton of confidence in the way gold moves and kind of ranging environments. I'll keep checking in on it though. I think gold's in a better spot to take a position than NQ is, though. Unfortunately, this is, you know, kind of a dull day. I think I can scalp a long mini for small profits on GC. I don't know, man. I don't know if I would be looking for a long scalp on this. Coming towards the end of the day, you know, like we came into balance here. I just don't know. I don't know if I would be taking a long on that. Like I probably wouldn't be interested in a long until we broke these highs here at like 40.40. But I don't know. You know, I could be wrong, and I think you gotta do you. If I was looking at this though, I wouldn't be looking for a long. This looks more likely to consolidate than it does to break out. Yeah, more likely to consolidate than it does to break out, in my opinion. I don't typically watch gold like toward the end of the day, so I don't know what typically happens. But my guess is that similar to NQ, like, you know, you got people rebalancing toward the end of the day. And if we're way out of balance, you might look for trades going into balance. But right now we're in balance, and I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would be looking to take a bounce off of this point of control right now. You'll let the accounts reset till tonight? Yeah, I got that. Gotcha. Yeah, lackluster day. Took some stabs, you know, at catching some breakout trades and just failed. Are you still holding on to this one? Okay, yeah, copy that. So, you know, the only thing I might consider here at the end of the day is a bounce from here to the point of control. So right now we're below so basically let's say a trade back to 26,100. That's the only thing on my mind for, you know, the last 24 minutes of today, 23 minutes of today, is that if we fall away from, you know, 26,100, we'll come back to it. That's the only thing that's kind of on my mind. So, you know, if we were to have a hard dip, you know, from here, I might consider taking a long back to the point of control here, potentially. Unfortunately, just didn't get a good opportunity to kind of dig myself back out. I took what I thought was going to be a decent opportunity, but it was just okay. And didn't really see any anomalies in price action. But, you know, I'll be honest, if I have days like today and, you know, I'm down 450 or whatever per account, days like this aren't the ones that bother me. The ones that bother me is when I'm like down $1,000 an account or down, you know, 1,500 or something like that, where I just couldn't recognize that the price action was bad and I should be really selective. So if I have a day like this Monday, a day like this on Tuesday, I still feel fine. I didn't go on tilt. I wasn't emotional. And days like today are going to happen. You got to accept them. So this will definitely be an area that I'm keying into right here. This gap for the rest of the week. Still live, man. Still watching. Nah, no good setups, man. I mean, the only thing that actually happened was here. We bounced up here, or bounced off this level, VWAP. But it happened kind of, I don't know. Maybe I should have paid more attention to it. But even after that, like the move down was just grindy. So haven't had any tremendous moves. There was this was the bounce really I was talking about. So we were at this value area high. We bounced from here. But, and we did have this big order show up. So this was probably this setup and this setup over here are probably the only good ones of the day. Unfortunately, I didn't get them. Yeah, now we're just watching it right here, sit at the point of control, in balance. Not expecting anything crazy here. But let's see what happens at 350. You know, if we get a fall out of this range that's pretty extreme, I might consider taking a bounce back to balance. All right, we got 30 seconds to 345. And then, 6 minutes to 350. 350 is where it should pick up volatility. Just not sure if it's going to be anything that we can take advantage of. Nothing significant that happened here at 345. We got 4.5 more minutes, and then we'll see what happens at 350. But again, we're just kind of hovering right here. So I don't think we should really expect anything drastic to happen. And honestly, days like today, when there's shitty price action, there are two options for me. It's one, stay on stream the whole day, or two, completely turn off the charts and don't look at them. Because here's the thing is if I'm looking at them and I'm off stream, I'm probably more likely to do something reckless. But if I'm on stream and price action sucks, I'm more likely to be responsible. So again, on days like today, it's like maybe nothing happens and I get nothing, but it does keep me safe. And yeah, Adam, yeah, you guys get to hang out too. That's cool. Otherwise, I'm, just watching this price do nothing alone. So it's definitely helpful to have you guys here. Keep me in check. All right, so we got 3 minutes until 350. So what can we expect at 350? Well, we're going to get some volatility that's injected into the market because people are balancing and closing positions and closing out options positions. And if we see a fall from balance, I just might be interested in taking a scalp. That's all. Yeah, you won't be able to watch a lot of streams, though, with your job until, like, April, for sure, dude. Yeah, you took a gold trade. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Gold is, I like having gold as an option to take a trade. I don't think I have enough experience with the way gold moves to be able to trade it unless it's really trending. What I like, and looking back at gold history, you can see when it's trending hard, and I really like that. And so that's what I'm willing to take on it. But I don't feel comfortable enough taking trades. I probably just need a little more, entries on gold to feel comfortable taking it when it's ranging or when it doesn't have a huge directional bias. But my guess My guess is that it's probably better to take a trade on that today than this, because this is pretty nasty. Adam, because you're remote, you could probably just you could keep my stream up until you get inbound calls, right? You can be with us in spirit. All right, so we got about 30 seconds left. Not high hopes for having a trade set up or anything like that. But maybe we hit this value area low and could potentially bounce off it. That's kind of the only thing I'm anticipating. If we break this value area low, maybe it comes down to one of these areas too. But let's see. It's about to happen. All right, here comes the, kind of injection of volatility. See what happens. Maybe set this sell-off to the value area low happens, and if so, again, I might be willing to take a bounce down there. I'm just gonna see. Not super volatile so far, just a little bit. But again, looking for it to reprice to around 26,100. Whether it happens between now and the close or, 10 minutes after the close or whatever. But it's kind of what the anticipated move is. Unfortunately, this is one of those days, again, where at the end of the day, it's like you're trading scraps. With how the market has been with these trend swings these weeks, I started looking at gold, and to be honest, it seems to be easier to predict. I don't blame you. I've been doing the same thing. And really, I took a few trades on gold, intraday trades. I got shaken out of them, and kind of with my experience with trading gold, I've just had more luck when it's trending. So it probably just takes more practice on my part, to feel confident to take trades on it. Adam says, to be honest, I'm not sure how it's going to be like. I know my training starts December 1st, and the hours are 9 to 5. Yeah, but I think around April when prime schedule, it's 12:30 to 9 off Wednesday, Thursday. So at that time, I can stay the whole time or majority and actually trade. Nice, man. Well, you got to do what you got to do to make that job work out. So we did have a little dip here. Nothing significant. NQ is just, if we take a look back at what happened today. $9:30 open. We sweep the highs. We flush. Go through VWAP. Retest VWAP. One more leg down. And when does this leg down end? 10:35. 10:35, we switch character. So we got the first hour of movement. 10:35, we completely switch character. We turn into a ranging, NQ bitch. We slowly crawl up, but this isn't the price action you really want to trade. Then, when does this happen? Right after about 1:30. Right after 1:30, right? Like 1:50 is when it starts dropping. We have a decent move here. And then right at 2:45, we pivot. That first hour, is typically going to be like the best price action. And then after that, it's kind of a toss-up as to whether or not you're going to get nice follow-through on that volatility you had, or I should say volume that you had, or if we're going to have a lot of kind of consolidation, shitty price action to hold through. And we did, and that was from 10:30 to, at least 1:30. So 3 hours. And this is just, I'm noting it for myself and noting it for, the trades I'm taking for the future. And we tend to see that happen quite a bit. That was a nice follow-through day. Here it starts getting, where's 10:30? 10:30, I mean, by 10:30, we're doing the weird consolidation, and I would say this doesn't look good until here. All of this area in here is like not ideal to be trading in. If you took this entry, that's okay. But all this area is like kind of gross. So here, I was kind of thinking the only trade I would take is if we bounced from down here. I was looking for a lower price to come back up. We are like kind of nestled into the point of control here. We're balanced on the day. Not a lot of like outliers. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm expecting anything, a whole lot from the overnight session either. Unless we kind of open outside of the range of today. But this is all looking pretty balanced and pretty whack, unfortunately. It's 10 p.m. your time zone. Okay, good luck, man. Or have a good night, and I'll shoot you. You want to help? I'll be on until 6. Be on at 6 tonight to analyze. Sacrifice. I want to trade every day for 4 months. Not what I really want, but it's the wisest option. Yeah, man. Sometimes you have to do what you don't want to do to get what you want to do. That's true. It is. Sometimes the way I usually word it with like my buddies is sometimes you got to eat shit sandwiches. So unfortunately, the reality of the world. Kick Sniffer, you're talking about you'll be on at 6. I would be down to hop on right now. But once I'm off, I don't know if I'm going to come back on. So if you're down to hop on right now, I'm down to help you. Okay, cool. Well, guys, I'll probably just end this stream. Unfortunately, taking an L today. Took some entries, lost some entries. Price action was not on my side today, and that's just the way it shook out. DM and I'll send you my Discord. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't mean you like to eat them, but you gotta eat them. You gotta eat shit sandwiches. And Adam, have a good day, man. I will see you tomorrow. I'm gonna try and be on early tomorrow. I've been just getting on later, and I don't like that because it leaves me less time to prepare and get set up. And because I was distracted getting set up, I didn't take this entry, which I should have taken. So I'm gonna try and be on early tomorrow, probably 30 minutes before the market opens. So I'll see you tomorrow, man. But take care, y'all. I'll hit you up, Kick Sniffer. But take care, guys. See you tomorrow.